close this match. And hey guys, we're going to be doing some more Amiibo training. Just going to put that down because it's a little loud from my end. So yeah, I'm hoping things are going to go alright because recently I was trying to set something else up today. Not today, a couple of days ago. And I noticed there was some issues with my audio. Basically the audio was leaking through the desktop and from the desktop into my mic. And because of that, whenever I spoke on the mic, it was drowned out by the thing that I was trying to record. So I'm using a different sort of setup where I've found this audio thing and sort of split different audios. So I'm hoping everything runs smoothly enough and that on the VOD people can hear me. I'm pretty sure I've set the audio up correctly, which I can see that it looks like it's all good. But I guess that's the point of testing these things out. So, yeah. Hopefully when people start dropping by, I'll be able to verify with them if the audio is working or not. It'd be pretty embarrassing if I couldn't be heard whilst I was talking. But I have checked this morning that it was working. Yeah, we got some more Amiibos to test out. Okay, everything's good to go. So this is, we're going to be training a Dr. Mario and a Bowser Jr. I think these are the last Super Mario Amiibos I have. Well, not really Super Mario Amiibos. They are Smash Amiibos, just the characters are from that line. But, yeah, it turns out I was double-checking, I guess, my deadline for the big event I'm, doing for my Amiibos, and I was like, oh, I'm actually running out of time. Like, if I only train, like, 2 Amiibos per, like, Monday stream, I might not be able to get all the Amiibos trained in time, which is obviously a big thing I don't want to happen. I want to make sure that everyone gets trained up properly. So, basically, I'm going to have to, like, probably train up a couple more than usual. Probably want to go something bright, like red. So, I think I still have like 6 Amiibos left to train. And the deadline's sort of in April, so I don't really have much time left. And I'm thinking I might do like another stream off, sort of like on a different day to try and, I guess, catch up is the word. Alright. Now, my knowledge on Dr. Mario is sort of similar to Mario, but he's a chunkier Mario, I'd say. So, I know he's got, like, strangely enough, out of, like, sort of all the characters, I believe Dr. Mario has a pretty good back air, like, it's up there. But obviously his recovery is not good. Up there is questionable. Probably best not to jump too much. Yeah, bit of warm-up. There's actually an interesting thing about this stage, I gotta say, is I believe the stage reads the same time as the Switch. So right now it does say around like 10:30 on the clock on the stage, which is really cool. Though I think my Switch is still set to like just not automatic time because of Pokemon. Which is another thing that I have to get doing soon. So I know there was a bit of that scare recently about how what was the issue was people were losing like their save data, but it turns out of the people who were losing their save data, it was kind of less than 100, I think. Like, it was a very small number, essentially. And because of that, I guess it's... A lot of people were making, like, I guess, fear-mongering over it. There wasn't as many people, like, getting affected by said, you know, game-breaking bug. Trying to get it back here. This man won't let me. Back throw. I want to get the spike so bad. All the back throws. Oh man. Yikes, his recovery is horrible. Okay. I didn't realize how bad his recovery is until I used it, and I was like, oh boy, this man cannot go anywhere. He was not trained in the realms of jumping. I'll probably also do a bit of slow smash to help with it, because... Oh god, the stage. Alright. At least it's good music. I've had a match, I think, on this awful stage where it basically played the 25 meter version, and the 25 meter version is so boring, especially in this version, because it sort of relies on the stage itself to I guess fill in the music beats. Oops, I didn't mean to throw him forward. Yeah, can't really do anything there. I believe I got a shield break. Goodness, you don't see that often. I always want to teach Amiibos how to capitalize on shield breaks. I never get to. Oh, I got a follow all of a sudden. As I was just playing and just like, oh yeah, I'm just doing okay. Strawberry Arrow, hello, and thank you so much for the follow. I'm just training up a bunch of Amiibos. I've been doing that for the past couple of weeks on Mondays. Because I'm planning on holding a big tournament amongst my Amiibos around Easter time, which is a yearly tradition I've been doing ever since the Wii U version. And we're just only just starting to level up this Dr. Mario Amiibo, so he's a little rusty. Well, not really rusty, I guess. Doesn't really have no fire in his belly. And also, I'm not gonna say I'm the best Dr. Mario player. If anything, I don't ever touch Dr. Mario in gameplay simply because man has no recovery compared to usually my mains. What is this victory pose? It's so condescending. Alright. Also, just let me know if there's any audio quirks, those who have just dropped by. Because I am testing out a new system for my audio, and I think it should be coming out properly, but if anything's too loud or doesn't sound good, just give me the heads up. Because obviously I can't tell from my end because I am talking like a normal person. And I'm not a crazy person to listen to my own audio while I'm recording. Oh, man, that spike is so satisfying to get. Sound pretty clear and all good. That's good to hear. There's nothing more, like, embarrassing than to, like, be streaming for ages on end only to find out that your audience hasn't been hearing you properly for the last, like, 20 minutes. Like a certain Soul Link I did with a friend of mine on Twitch, The Alchemist, where I forgot to unmute my mic. Whoops, that's the wrong button. I was basically muted on my side for like 3 hours because I forgot to mute the mic on OBS because we were using Discord as our source for sharing audio between the two channels. God, that was embarrassing. I never really recovered from that. Doc's got hands. Also, I love the Dragon Quest music playing here in the background. Ow. We just finished Dragon Quest Treasures just the other week, so... Oh. Okay. Fine by me, Amiibo, if you just want to just fly off the edge. But yeah, we just finished that game, and I'm sort of feeling... I don't know, the itch to go back to Dragon Quest XI. It's been years since I played it the first time. And I thought, you know what, I just finished Treasures, I might give it a go. But I'll probably have to hold that off for a little while, simply because I have to get these Amiibos trained up for April. And I am also currently playing Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Whoops, that's the wrong Mario. I ran left, I ran right thinking I was the purple one. After playing, like, 10 matches as the red one. Ow. You know what, I'll let him KO me like that. I know it looks odd, but, like, the idea is that we're teaching the Amiibo which moves to use. And we're saying, hey, you need to use this move, it will KO the person. That back throw is really surprisingly good. Like, Mario's back throw is nothing like that. Dr. Mario's back throw is just like, yeet. Like, I think, if I remember rightly, it's almost as good as Lucas and Ness's back throw in. Like, I mean, that is saying something. Whoop. But yeah, as I've learned recently, it's a slider that affects how the Amiibos basically work. I don't know why he's recovering down there, but oh well. Because basically, the way an Amiibo learns is essentially they have a slider system, and each of these sliders are dedicated to an attack. So A, B, up, down, left, right, tilt attacks, smash attacks, that sort of thing, grabs. And the more they hit you with that attack, and the more they get KO'd by the same attack, their AI, basically, which is very minimal AI, it's apparently a bite size of AI. It's really small, apparently. Once they see, they're like, oh, I see, down smash spikes and kills me, so that must mean that down smash is a good move. Therefore, I will use down smash more frequently, sort of thing. So, a big way to train them is to be like, don't use moves you don't want them to use. For example, I haven't used Cape ever. I should probably use Cyclone a bit more too, because that actually has KO potential. But I haven't used Pills because his B attack, it's good, I guess, if you're playing against humans. But for an Amiibo, kill doesn't really do anything. It doesn't KO, it doesn't... It doesn't, like... It just deals a little bit of damage, and it's really unreliable. Especially in, like, the world of Amiibos. You want to, like, take out your opponent as hard and fast as possible. This is my tick damage. Yeah, pretty much. So the problem is with tick damage is that it's damaging the Amiibo, but it's never going to KO. And especially against bulkier Amiibos, it probably wouldn't do much. I'm just going to let that KO me. So you want to teach your Amiibos, like, these are the moves I want you to use because they will KO your opponents. Say, maybe Dr. Mario's down smash and Dr. Mario's forward smash deal a lot of damage and also have a high launch power. So focusing on using those moves against the Amiibo tells them, hey, I want you to know down smash and forward smash are really good moves in your kit, and I want you to use them more often. Also, just your general playstyle also gets translated over to the Amiibos as well, which influences their personality types. Because there's like 15 different personality types. And for me, I think aggressive and offensive Amiibos are probably the best ones you want to get for these guys, because they spend more time focusing on their opponent, they never run away from their opponent. You know, their main goal is to just dominate over their opponents. And it also, another reason you want to go for those high launch and high damage moves is because as the Amiibo grows in levels, they actually get an attack and a defense boost over time. So they actually become harder to KO. Why are you holding shield? We also want to avoid jumping a little bit, but I mean, Dr. Mario kind of has a lot of jumping kit. I don't know what he's doing here. See how you probably see how like he's starting to like use dash attack more. He's starting to use forward smash a lot more because that's what I've been teaching him. It's okay to let yourself get KO'd by these Amiibos. Is Doc the only one you're gonna train? Not today. I'm actually training 2 Amiibos. I have a little series going on where I've been training Amiibos over stream, and I've been doing them 2 at a time. So these particular Amiibos, I actually got them from my cousin because he collected a couple like years ago back in the Wii U era, and he never touched them, and I noticed they were just sitting there just covered in dust. And over time I was like, hey, are you actually using these Amiibos? And like, if you're not, would you be willing to sell them to me? Because I do collect Amiibos myself and train them and such. And they were like, yeah, we don't use them anymore. You can have all of them. So he gave me about, I think 11 or 12 Amiibos. I think it's an even number. And yeah, all of them are level 1. Some of them didn't even have any registry to them, like no ownership. So I was like, oh, okay, these are like legitimately haven't been used at all. So I ended up taking them all, and now I've been training them over time. I did also get a couple of Super Mario Amiibos recently because I saw them at our EB Games. Somebody had, I guess, what's the word? They were like pre-owned essentially. So I trained them up too. But I think now at this point, before counting these new Amiibos, I had over 60 Amiibos. I wouldn't say I'm a completionist in collecting Amiibos, just the ones I like. And also, if they work in Smash, that's also a big factor of whether I get them or not. But yeah, I think I'm also doing a competition with a friend of mine who's traded me 2 of their amiibos, and I've traded them 2 of my amiibos. So both of us were going to train 1 amiibo each, which I've already finished training, which was a fox amiibo. Ooh. And I believe she's trained up my Zelda amiibo that I got from my cousin. What the heck? That killed? I am surprised by that. Yeah. But I believe she's finished training the Zelda amiibo, so at some point we're going to organize a time for those 2 amiibos to combat against each other. Which will be an interesting, like, sort of experience, for sure. Because whilst I'd say the Fox amiibo probably loses out to the Zelda amiibo, I'm still got a little bit of hope that we might have a chance, because my friend has never really trained amiibos before. But it's a learning experience. Away. Breakdance. Also level 2. We're at level 20 now. Stop dodging. Oh, I could have got the spike. Would have looked so cool, but I didn't get it. No. But we also have to try and avoid dodging a lot. Dodging and jumping are kind of things you want to avoid doing too much during your training, because you don't want to accidentally train a jumpy amiibo, because there's no with the slider for jump, even like professional amiibo like trainers don't really have any idea of what dictates an amiibo's this is a bad jump and this is a good jump sort of situation. Whoops, that was a bad move on my part. Slowly walk up and F smash. There's I think there's 2 personality types you don't really want to get, is like, I think lightweight and dodgy or something like that. Well, I don't know if it's called dodgy, but there's lightweight basically means they jump around a lot, and there's one that basically is they evade way too much. And in most scenarios, that's not a good thing, because basically the amiibo will just never hit their target. So you can see how he went straight for me. There's a good chance he's already starting to develop the offensive or aggressive personality type at this point. No, you're too short to hit through the platform. And also, it'd be a pretty boring match if you watch, like, the amiibos just run away and dodge constantly. My goodness. That's good, that's good. I'll let him do that. What the heck? That was a weird angle. No! I wanted to look cool. No! Dang it! Why? Doc apparently works in the true medical department and is wearing, like, iron cap boots or something. Steel cap boots. Man sinks like a stone. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. Ooh, double yellow pill. That's something you don't see. So yeah, I guess, fun fact. Dr. Mario, in this particular victory animation, can pull out multiple different colored pills of just blue, red, and yellow. And because of that, technically he has a bunch of unique animations or victory screens if you think about it. I think someone did some sort of count and it's over 100 different combinations you can get. Take a sip of water. We're up to 24. So I think once we hit around the 30 mark, I'll probably switch over to slow smash so we can try and get a better grasp on the combos. So in regards to what I'm talking about with slow smash, basically you play at, you know, half speed to try and make sure all your combos land, because you don't want your amiibo to be whiffing a lot. You want them to land their hits, so you want to teach them. And also, like, as you hit them with those moves, they are going to use them more often, so we want to land all the hits that we need to. And as long as the learning is turned on, the amiibo will learn. Once you turn that learning off, it basically stops those sliders, and they will never learn from their experience. So turning it off is more like, oh, I want to see how they do in against another amiibo. It's also a good way to teach them. Maybe you're like, oh, actually this attack would probably be better in this situation. It's fast, boy. Oh. He is starting to put in the work. He is level 25, so it's starting to get a little harder. I should say, Strawberry, since you started following, you should be starting to rack up stream avatar points. So the longer you stay in the stream, you don't have to chat or anything like that. You'll be, you know, acquiring points so you can change the little Tamagotchi you are at the bottom of the screen. I have been working on updating my, I guess my Twitch display. It's coming along kind of well, I gotta say. What I really need, though, is a new background. This background's literally just a random PNG I found on the internet. I think I just typed up Starry Night or something like that. Ah, interesting. He's starting to use Tornado as a means to get back to stage, which is good. So, we want to see. Probably gonna lay off the down smash a little bit, because I can see he's starting to spam it a bit too much. And while he hits well. I feel like that one hits a bit harder. I do like how his forward air, I think it's called clear or something like that. You know, like something you'd use for a defibrillator. It's such a strange thing. I think it's also strange because in the Mario and Luigi series, Luigi is the one who's known to use thunder, like electric sort of magic, as opposed to Mario's constant fire. It's just an interesting thing that Dr. Mario ends up having sort of like an electric-based attacks, while Luigi just gets green fire. Also, I wonder how everyone's weather is going at the moment. Yesterday, I am so grateful that, like, yesterday's weather is not happening today. Basically, Australia just suffered one of the biggest heat waves recently. And, like, I think what they said was, like, in the last 65 or, like, sort of years. So, a lot of years ago. We haven't had anything this bad. And over the weekend, some parts of Australia were hitting, like, 40 degrees Celsius. Which is pretty insane. And I think over here, where I live, it got up to 36. So, upstairs, where I usually stream, and as well my bedroom, doesn't have an aircon. I've only got, like a standing fan. So, it was impossible to stay upstairs. It was so hot. So I'm super grateful that today it's actually raining. It's cloudy, raining, cold. It's perfect.
3, 2, 1, go!
But I can't believe they're like showing pictures of people going to the beach in 40-degree heat. Like, you guys are mad, all of you. How could you? Not only is it crowded, it's covered like with... Oh, he made it back. It's covered in like sand and heat. Like, how do you guys find it fun? Perhaps I'm too introverted to understand these things. Oh, yeah, he is making it back pretty well. Gotta say. That time he didn't have a jump, unfortunately, though. Oh, he got me with back air. Wasn't expecting that. Nope. And also, my dog finally got his hair cut, so he's not going to be as hot anymore, which is really great. But the downside is he's a little on the cold side today, so as he's sleeping on my bed, I've sort of like put my blanket over him, like just tucked a corner around him. Why did that get the final spark when it wasn't going to kill? Ow. Goodness, I keep forgetting how heavy this man is. How do you go up with the tornado? Ah, you gotta mash B. There we go. No? Go away. There we go. Alrighty, level 30. Not bad, not bad. Let's check him out real quick. There we go. That's what we like to see. We're just going to quickly scan him back in because we need to go over to Special Smash. Kind of sucks I can't access Special Smash from this menu, but I guess this is only for regular matches only. So one of my biggest challenges I realize is that I have to carry all my Amiibos up to my room, which is an understatement of the year. And if I remember rightly, when I first did the stream for the Amiibos, back in last year, I think, I think it took altogether 4 hours, and I thought that was long. Luckily, I've gotten a bit of a better tolerance with long streams, and I can last 5 hours. But it's going to be a lot longer now that we have a lot more Amiibos.
3,
But one good thing is that now that I understand how to make amiibos work, I can use this opportunity to... Goodness, that eats so much shield. I can use it to see which amiibos are sort of lacking and retrain them. Especially now that I can use slow smash. Right. I think I got the idea of how to recover at least. I liked how the level up was cancelled out by him. Whoa, was that a wall bounce? Oh, like the minimal side of. The final stage. I've heard it's a bit of a glitch or something that you can jump off the wall of the edge of Final Destination, even though technically Final Destination shouldn't have a ledge, I guess, or a wall to bounce off. Oh my god, the sick turnaround and grab. Okay, I forgot momentarily that I've seen tournament players use up air to kill, because Dr. Mario's up air actually does a chunk of damage. But I wasn't able to land it in normal speed, so no. Should be a lot easier to land when it's slower.
Start battle. Dr. Mario. Three, two, one, go!
Alrighty, there we go. Whoops. I go shield at the wrong time. Oh! That's it. That's good. I'm gonna let him hit me if I can. Good air dodge. I should have gone for Cyclone. I think up air would be better when you're at 100. Oh, he was going for a down air. Sour spot. There we go. That's what we want. Yeah, that takes off like half shield. Goodness gracious. Dang, I didn't expect it to kill, but yes it did.
Dr. Mario wins.
Yeah, probably this weekend. I think it's 24th is coming up soon. It's probably going to be 25th because Friday I am working. But I probably will jump back onto Pokemon Violet in order to go get the Decidueye event that's happening right now. Unfortunately, I couldn't get it the first time it popped up. We were just here. Because, I was busy, unfortunately, with a bunch of stuff to get done. I can see a message. I'll take a look at it in a moment. I am currently busy. Oh, he grabbed me out of that. Yeah, I'll let him kill me with back air because I want him to use back air. Hey homie, down to a money match for $10 to $25. I guess hello there. But I'm not sure, to be honest. As much as I'd love to verse other people, my internet, because I'm living in Australia, is not great. But thank you so much for the follow anyways. I hope you enjoy what you're seeing. I'm currently training up a bunch of my Amiibos so that they will be what's the word? That they're ready for a tournament I do in April. It's fine, I have LAN. I think I do too, if I remember rightly. But yeah, us Australians, our internet is hot garbage. Which I really wish wasn't the case, but... And I think because I'm also streaming, it's gonna also cause a big headache. I can give it a try, but I won't guarantee, like, the greatest of results. Eat the doctor! Whoa! Yeah, money match me because I want your hard-earned money. I don't know where you get the implications that I have hard-earned money anywhere. Wait a second, he's at 3 stocks! What the heck? I wasn't paying attention. Getting distracted. Had to really put some effort in. Oh, I guess he is level 35, so he's gonna be a little difficult to deal with. Oh, nice. Aha, tricked you. You thought I was gonna back down. Oh, smart. He is getting better at that cyclone. Which is good. Okay. There we go. Yeah, you can see how he's getting a lot more chunkier. There we go, that's what we wanted. The trumpets are so good in this. Don't know how that happened, but we'll take it. Oh boy. Push me back. Oh wow, he actually saw him like go for the recovery right at the bottom. So that spike technically wasn't enough. If he had better recovery, he might have made it back. Yeah, Vitalia might have to decline on the money match simply because, one, I'm not too keen to do any money matches, I guess. I wouldn't mind just versing other people just for fun, but that's pretty much all I would probably do. Anyways, we're going to quickly turn this guy's learning off, and I'm going to have him fight a couple of CPUs. So, one, I can take a break, and two, so we can just up his levels. I think he's doing pretty well in terms of actual battling, but yeah, we'll see. Alright. Offensive. Okay, he's gone to offensive now, which is interesting. I think he was aggressive earlier, and now he's gone over to offensive. Send him to smash. Right. Nope, actually. Walk off. We need to walk off stage first. We'll just put in 4 CPUs. Oh. I'm also gonna just step away for a moment to go get myself a bit more water because I don't have enough up here for some reason. So I'll be back in just a moment. Hey, I'm back. Switch this over. I can see AJ's here. Good to see you. The Pokemon trainer standing behind the Wii board, just like, oh noz. I have lost. Oh. Oh. Ooh, nice. A victory for him. I'm not sure if the Vitality guy is still here. It looks like he must have left, because he hasn't responded. What a strange interaction, to say the least. Like, I'm okay, I guess. If it was between someone I knew, like a friend, I think I would be okay with a money match, you know. But with somebody I have never met before asking to do it, it's a bit odd. So, unless I knew them a bit more, I don't think I'd probably put my money on the line. But I guess that's just my personal opinion on the situation. Because if people went around and just asked for money matches constantly from strangers, I think you'd lose more money than you would gain, to be honest. Got myself more water.
3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, Incineroar is just... What? Oh my god, DK and Incineroar both died, like, immediately. I love watching how this stage just completely messes up with CPUs and Amiibos alike. They have no idea how to fight on this stage. It's so great. But yeah, AJ, did you get to do the Decidueye event? From what I heard, the best Pokemon for that event was literally just Miraidon or Bellibolt. So, like, if you had Violet, you could easily just clean through that particular fight. Yeah, I did it on my third try. Nice. I have to do it for the next session. As, saw a message and I'm just quickly reading through it, but like, yeah, I have to do it on the second run. I would like to do it a couple of times though, to be honest, because I actually need Flying Terra shards specifically for a build I want to make on a different mon. So, and these sort of missions give you a heap of candy as well as like Terra shards. So if the fight's not too bad, like I think I've heard that you can do it solo with Miraidon and just get a lot of do it a lot of times. Yeah, I just saw Doc, he just lies there and he's just given up. It's like he's not expecting to like land, he thought he was out of bounds. Yes, Sephiroth getting his wings. I have a feeling Sephiroth might win this, unless Medic can turn this around, but I doubt it. Just poked him off stage, like, nope. It's so good. Though I wonder if where they shot this thing with the burning fire, is it its own scene, or is it still within that scene, you know, where all the players, all the victory animations are done? That would be something I'm curious about. Because I know Joker's is a similar thing, like, if you've seen Joker's victory animation, he just runs continuously to the left, which is a reference to the Persona games, Persona 5. Because I think when you win a victory, that's what you do, you just run away. So, I mean, you obviously don't get caught. But, yeah, I think in the Smash version, what it is that when he's running, he's actually running in a circle. It's just an endless loop. Ah, pasta, while there's two Marios on stage. Actually, now that I see, there's a lot of like similar characters. You got Fox and Falco, you got Mario and Dr. Mario, you got Chrom and Robin. And I guess the only and Violet is also a Fire Emblem character. And then just Olimar, just being Olimar. Also, it's kind of interesting. The Robin has the same skin as my Amiibo Robin, like my own personal one. Not the new one that I trained, so I was just like, oh, look, it's my Amiibo. Interesting. I was just watching Dr. Mario, and he used Cape, which I guess can be used as a reflect. It's nothing bad about that, but just like, it was definitely not something I taught him, so it's quite interesting that sometimes they'll just pull out an attack. I'd love to see like an Amiibo reflect a really powerful like projectile and hit the target. But, like, how do you train that? It's very hard. So it's usually not in my big interest to train for counters and reflects. I'd love to, but I just can't seem to do it myself. So like. Lol, all three Fire Emblem characters out in the blink. Olimar's gone. But yeah. Oh, I guess I should sort of mention, I was planning to do something different after the stream. Since we're not really got anything to do in Pokemon Violet, because the event for the Situai has obviously ended until back to the 24th. So, you know. Interesting. I was just watching the doc and he was like, walking? Very odd. It was like, he couldn't make up his mind what he wanted to do. He kind of needs to be in the action to do something. Like, you can see he's sort of like not sure what to do when he's further away from everyone. He has a whole stock ahead of these two. But, wow, the teamwork, did you see that? Falco just dunked him for Fox to just take him out. That's funny. Okay, now that it's a 1v1, I think he's got an idea what he needs to do. Yeah, see how he's doing this weird, like, slow walk, like an intimidation tactic or something? That back air's got some range when you get it right, which is good. Alright, he is level 39. We'll do... Still got a couple more stages to get done. So... I'm just having a bit of a blank mind of what I want to do. We'll just go here. Because I think we want to get him up to the 40s. 45 would be good, so he's almost there. That's probably the benefit of having, like, just a huge matches, because it lasts longer and allows the Amiibo to learn or level up more. It's a big reason that some of the matches are a little hard to level up. Some of the Amiibos are a little hard to level up because they just die too quickly. I would say contenders for that are like Little Mac with his awful recovery, Pichu with its non-existent defense, stuff like that. Ah, that's right. I was supposed to be talking about something I was supposed to do after stream. just blanked out on that. I was like, oh wait, I was supposed to talk about that. But yeah, I'm planning on starting something after stream. I probably will only do it for this session and just do a whole more Amiibo training next week. It depends, really. Because we still have that Greninja Amiibo that's only half leveled up. Oh, everybody off stage apparently. But yeah, I want to do something a little different since we're not playing Pokemon Violet. I'm not sure how long it will take to complete what we're about to do, but I guess that's the whole point of doing it. That's the only way you can figure this stuff out. Oh, nice reflector on Ma. Interesting. I saw Min Min attempt to like knock Dr. Maru out and ended up taking the L on that one. This music actually slaps. It's funny. I don't get to hear too much F-Zero music, so this medley's great. And I just love the slight Japlish that's being sung. Like, it's definitely a Japanese person attempting to sing English, and you can hear like certain inflections that are a bit off. But I think that's what makes it great, to be honest. It's weird, like you can see him here. He's like unsure what he's supposed to do in a group. He just waddles out of the group and he's like, I don't know, should I get myself involved in this sort of thing? But like once he's near someone, he will fight. It's just getting into that group, he's not sure what he's supposed to do. When it's one-on-one, he knows what he needs to do, but like, wow, he's just on a killing spree. I just watched him KO 3 different people. Ooh. Everyone's on one stock. He'll probably be on one stock soon too. Really wants to get his forward smash off, but he's just not having a time. Every time he tries to go for it, somebody has to interrupt him. Oh, that snipe from Weefit. Joker didn't have Arsene, I think he would have not survived that. Oh, looking at the wrong target. I can see his mind is just like trying to decide which side he needs to go to. Like, he runs between Link and Joker because he can't make up a mind of who he wants to take out. So he's just like, Joker's out. Yeah, his target's definitely Link at the moment. Oops, the screen went dark. Been a long match. He has to get a solid hit on Link and then that's it. Ah, he does that so flawlessly, the down platform into back air. Also, this man, despite having a bad recovery, he seems to be decently bulky. I don't know if it's something I'm noticing, or like, it feels like he's decently bulky. Like, some other amiibos just go flying, but for some reason he seems to have a decent amount of bulk to him. I want to listen to Miitopia. This is purely because I want to. Because I missed this game. And it's a good song. One day. One day Nintendo will give us either Tomodachi Life or another Miitopia game. One day. I like how this hint is about... what was it? Pyra? And Pyra's not even part of the match. Like, it would have made sense if it was like... Cloud or something, or Palutena, but nope, just Pyra, who's not even part of the match. This stage is a little interesting because it's got that little tunnel in the middle, so you can easily fall down there and unable to like get back up. I can't imagine trying to train a Simon or Richter Amiibo. I don't have one myself, but like their recovery does not seem that like. And I can't imagine how you train them because they're all projectiles. Luckily their projectiles hit like crazy and their whip has a lot of range, but I don't know. I'm glad they're here. They're good representation of like Castlevania, but they really needed a little bit of a recovery buff. But it is as Sakurai says. Maybe that's what he wants. Wow, Game & Watch almost got KO'd from that down smash. Nope, didn't have a jump. Which isn't great for like against characters who have a lot of jump. Like Greninja. Ooh, that's unfortunate. He missed ledge. I think that unfortunate SD probably will cost him this match. That's fine. As long as he gets the levels we need. Wait, Palutena was on 2 stops. How did she die already? What? Oh, I heard a 9. Nope, he got gimped. I heard Game & Watch just use a 9, like, off stage. Alright, it's just Greninja and Game & Watch. And they're both at a decent percentage to survive. Guess we'll never find out what that number is. Who also is in that cage? I kind of wish I knew, but like I can't see from where I'm at. I know it's an OC of mine, but like, which one? It'd be funny if it was left, considering he's like, that's the ownership I put under this amiibo. For all the amiibos that don't technically belong to me immediately, either A, if it was like those pre-owned ones, I left their users, like whoever they were. And I think for my cousin's amiibos, I just quickly changed them to one of my OCs. Alright. I'm going to battle against him in slow smash so we can... But we need to make sure he's learning, so... All good, turned on. Sup, hey Kin, good to see you. You can see what I'm doing. I'm currently training up some amiibos. Because the tournament that I'm planning to hold for them is coming up soon. So I actually am a little bit behind. I'll probably have to do a couple more stuff. But I am, after I train this Doc Mario and I'm also training a Bowser Jr., which it'll probably take me about another hour to get the Bowser Jr. done, since it's taken Doc about an hour. I plan to do something a little bit different. Or I'm basically going to start something. Hey, and I can see you've changed your little Tammer. I do like that little dude. I think he's one of the teenage Tammers. He's one of my favorite. Like Babachi or something like that. I think that's what his name is. My burb. Yeah. I believe its name is based off the sound effect of like flapping wings, like bata bata. In Japanese. That's something interesting, is a lot of the Tamagotchi's names actually are derived from Japanese like sound effects or different things. Like, I think there's a little dude called Nikachi, and Nika, I think Nico is the word for smile, so he got a big smile on his face. Whoop. Get the amiibo. You can see the damage difference I'm doing to him now, like, compared to, like, before. Oh, he's gonna back throw me for sure. Oh, no. Oh, I see. Oh! Ow! Okay. I'll take it. Oh, nice. I always find it funny how Dr. Mario is one of those characters that really treads the line of whether he's an Echo Fighter or not, because he does have very similar movesets to Mario. There are some things... It's like a mixture between Mario and Luigi, I would say. Because he's got, like, a lot of Luigi's... he's got Luigi's Tornado that Mario doesn't have. And he's got Cape and a lot of Mario's actual moveset! Oh my god! Take that shit! Ah! That was so cool, and I'm still getting my ass kicked. But yeah, he's like a weird hybrid between the two, which is funny enough because, like, Chrom is a hybrid between a bunch of other Fire Emblem characters. He's got, like, Counter and Dancing Blade like Marth, but he's got Ether like Ike. So, like, he's also in a similar boat to Dr. Mario, I'd say. And yet, he's the Echo Fighter, but the Doc isn't an Echo Fighter. It's a strange scenario for me. Like, in my mind, I would see him as a sort of Echo Fighter similar to Chrom. Perhaps he has enough differences that he's not considered an Echo Fighter. I don't know. Whoop! Saw that coming and I couldn't do anything about it. Yep, that definitely kills me. I notice he does a lot of back dodging if something doesn't work his way. That. disrespecting him because I can, even though I'm on 1 stock, and if I missed, that would have been bad. What you gotta do, what you gotta do. Have you thought about making a moving character like a PNG swap when you talk? Funny enough, I am in the works of making that, to be honest. I've been drawing that up and am working on it. I'm hoping to change up a bit of my Twitch stream stuff. He's 44, believe it or not. I've been working on making a new sort of model for it. 'Cause this one's old now. I think it's a little too detailed for what it is, and it doesn't do anything, so no, it's literally just a single PNG. So I decided to make a more simplified version so that I can just have simple expressions, get the thing across, and such. Right, we will turn this off, and we'll put you away for a little while. But yeah, it's in the works, and I also have to figure out what I'm going to do about the background. But I think the background will probably come a lot later, because, yeah, I haven't... 1, I don't have an idea for it, and 2, I don't know how things are going to be set up. For example, like, you can see currently with my background, it's just a PNG, but like, also just depending on what program I'm using, it's also different. Like, are you keeping the Sam Chucha? I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, I'm going to keep Via. Via is who I am. Alright, so here's the one amiibo that my cousin actually did use, and you can see because he's up at level 6 instead of 1. Yeah, I'm keeping the same character. I mean, no point changing it. It'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it? But yeah, I'm hoping to, I think a friend of mine suggested a program or something, or an app that should allow me to have very simplistic movements to it, you know, that I can change on the fly. It's gotten a bit windy. I'm just gonna quickly go. My doggo is sitting behind me, and I hope reactive. I can't remember what it's called. I'll have to look it up, but it was just a very simplistic version where the character can, like, it moves a little. You can choose it to move like up and down, like shake if it's a shocked expression, you know, those type of things. But I'll have to ask them again. I just realized something. I have no idea how you're supposed to play Bowser Jr. at all. I don't even know which one of these guys I like, to be honest. Alright, I guess good luck to me. I'm gonna... Okay, forward air seems to be a bowling ball cannonball thing, which is quite useful. That up smash is not really useful. Back air seems decent. Down air is useless. Maybe neutral air. It's so weird to like control them because like I keep expecting legs, but because they're sitting in the clown car, they no legs. What about up air? Up air doesn't really get much done either. You'd think being in a clown car they would have a bit more kit for their set. down air is good. Forward smash is pretty good to get. Oh boy, that goes a lot further than I expected. Keep using down air because I'm so used to playing dock. Oh boy. That probably shouldn't have killed, so... oh well. This is the slight downside of playing characters that you don't know. You're like, yeah, that looks like it works, and there's probably somebody out there who plays these characters. All three of them. Like, no, that's not how you play it at all. I don't know. Tilts are not too bad, I gotta say. Oh, that clown cart's explosion definitely causes some issues. Good luck, I'm gonna ghost. No worries, thank you so much for dropping by anyways. It's good to hear from you every once in a while. Oops, I air dodged! That's not what I wanted to do. But I'm always glad to see people just come by and say hi. Getting kills is not easy. No way he's holding that attack. Oh, there I go. Yeah, that's a lot of range for recovery. He's only level 11, yet he recovers pretty well. Alrighty. Another sip. Finally, we fight at Midgar. With the new Final Fantasy tracks. Which I do like a good portion of them, so... this one's pretty cool too. There's a tendency to old smash attacks I've noticed. Hopefully we can teach that, get that out of his system. Like, this is just the battle theme of the normal one, and then they're just like, let's just add rock to it, and I'm like, perfect, that's exactly what I needed. I like a bit of metal. What I think Alchemist will be starting their stream right now, actually. I wonder what they're streaming. Just go. I realize I have this, don't I? Oh my god, the accuracy. What if is there a good explanation where the Koopa kids come from? Like these guys? Maybe one day we'll get lore. Dash attack is pretty useful for catching buddy people. Get the back air off on him. I like how there's just a random tongue one. And the tongue sounds wet, which is really concerning. Isn't this thing supposed to be mostly, metal? But I remember, I think back in the day, what was it, when the leaks happened in the Wii U era? I think, what was it, Bowser Jr. and Duck Hunt were the big ones that got leaked. Oh, and Shulk, I guess. That was the big one too. I remember everyone saying that the Shulk wasn't real, it was just a photoshopped Little Mac. But yeah, unfortunately, that day, those leaks were real. And it made it worse because I know a lot of people, there were a couple of people who were upset about the inclusion of, what was it? They were like, oh, Doc's back, and everyone was like, oh, that's kind of cool, sort of thing. That's what I remember. Duck Hunt, they were like, huh? That's odd. Like the actual dog from the game. Bowser Jr., they're like, yeah, makes sense, I guess. I think that's... Shulk was the cutoff on when those leaks happened. I can't remember how many more characters were revealed after Shulk. But I think that was the big one, was that if you knew about the leaks, you had an idea. Oh yeah, and I guess my main was also there. Dark Pit showed up on the thing, and a lot of people were pretty upset about that, unfortunately. And I have a feeling a good majority of them were like people who hadn't ever played Kid Icarus Uprising, or just were like, oh, it's a dark clone. Ugh, that could have been a slot for someone else.
3, 2, 1, go!
But I don't care what they say. No matter, I've learned from like experience of Smash players that you can never please them. Sakurai could add like 100 extra characters to this game and you'd still have something to complain about, let's be real. Like the... That's unfortunate for him. I guess some people just don't understand how difficult game designing and especially fighting games. You gotta balance fighting games characters, or you'll end up with the situation that's happening right now, where I think Steve's been banned from a bunch of things, a bunch of tournaments. But like, I think they had a sort of unanimous vote on whether to get rid of Steve or not from tournaments. But like, I think one tournament took it even far that if you like even had the name Steve or Steven or anything like that, you just got banned from that tournament. Like, even if you weren't playing Steven or your name is literally Steve, the tournament was like, nope, can't have that. Whoops. Didn't jump out in time. Got a sort of weird floaty jump with Bowser Jr. He's going to be very jumpy, I have a feeling, because I realize that I'm just using all aerials. And I know Kazuya also brought up a stir with him being pretty busted. So I can't imagine, like, if there is a strange world where Sakurai adds even more characters to this game. Can you imagine how hectic it would be? All those tier lists would be in shambles. Because I've seen a lot of tier lists where, like, people are all over the place with certain characters. Some characters, they're like, yep, makes sense, that, you know, they're high tier or anything like that. And then some characters, they just can't decide whether they're, like, mid tier or low tier or whatnot. Can't imagine adding, like, another 60 characters to this game or something. Because I know there are some people who just want another, like, 10 characters to be added to this game. I can't imagine what the tier list would have to deal with. Or just like tournament players, like, how would you deal with, how do you memorize like all the characters in this game, honestly? Because I think that was one of the big reasons that, like, in Melee, one of the big Melee players, Armada, got away with one of his playstyles for the longest time because he decided to play Peach. And nobody knew how to deal with Peach because nobody ever played Peach. So, like, it was like that element of surprise gave him a slight advantage. So I can't imagine, like, you'd have to memorize for, like, every character. You'd probably be like, I'm expecting this character to come to tournaments more often, so you'd be ready for that sort of thing. So just an obscure playstyle character would probably just throw you off. But I'm sort of digressing. Just whiffing. I'm sort of like not talking as much because I'm like actually concentrating because I have no idea how to play this character. I'm just like, I hope I'm doing this right. Oh my god. Got another cannonball kill. Nice. Big stretch. Whoops. Nope.
Start battle.
Tucked my doggo away. Oh wait, yeah. I was just realizing, because everything's in order of when the characters got released. So yeah, these three were leaked, I think, if I remember rightly. And there was a leak, I think, for Ryu as well, at a lesser extent. But yeah, I think after that, they've been a bit more on the ball with leaks. They've had a couple of leaks here and there for Ultimate, but I think they did pretty well with hiding most of the characters. I'm trying to think off the top of my head what the biggest leak might have been. That was real, obviously, because there was obviously the big Grinch leak at the end of Ultimate's initial base roster. Oops. That was... Forgot that the car doesn't stop even once you summon it. Like Warrior's bike. Yeah, I still remember the day of the Grinch leak pretty well. Because everyone and their mother was like, this is a huge leak and stuff like that. And we have photo evidence. And people forget that in this day and age you literally can fake everything. So I don't... It's strange. People are so inclined to believe leaks if it goes in their favor. Even though, like, in this day and age, leaks are like... What is it? I guess, like, you can really fake a leak super easily. Like, there's this huge joke about the Ken pulling the thumbs up pose for the longest time. I mean, he did eventually make it into the game, but it was just like a... It was like, it became a joke as well in the community. Oh, I'm not doing too well. But I guess... Already getting pretty good, like, back airs and stuff. Using them a lot. But like I said, I'm not good at bouncing on this. Yeah, in the end, that particular leak was deconfirmed. I remember seeing, I think I saw a reaction for that particular thing, where some guy was like yelling it was going to be Shadow the Hedgehog next, fighting in a boxing ring, and then I thought, that doesn't make any sense, like, if you think it in hindsight. Like, why would he even be there? And guess what? The two characters that got revealed were based on wrestling. Who would have thought?
2, 1, go!
I wonder if Xenoblade 3's DLC will be announced soon. But it probably won't be. Like, they did give us a teaser trailer the last Nintendo Direct, but I don't think it's gonna be anything big for a little while. Yeah, he's using those aerials a lot more now, which is good. Not a sitting duck. Oops. Yeah, Bowser Jr.'s up air kind of sucks. Like, it does not launch you far. Up smash? Yeah. But up air, just can't even juggle. Ooh, he timed that well. That's not bad at all. I just realized what this playstyle is, it's just annoyance. Oh boy, that was my mistake.
Bowser Jr. wins.
I'll take that loss, unfortunately. I accidentally air dodged instead of teched.
Start battle.
Tucked my doggo away. Blanket. He is sleeping very soundly. Alright.
3, 2,
Hey, it's my boy's theme.
go!
I do find it funny that in Kid Icarus Uprising, like, all the different characters have themes except Pit. Pit doesn't actually have a theme to call his own. Like, even his weapon isn't called after. He doesn't have a weapon called after him. Like, Dark Pit has a staff that I don't know where he got it from, but it's named after him. And then Pit's main weapon is literally Palutena's bow, which is named after the goddess. That was... oh, man. Once Bowser Jr. gets you juggled in the air, it's really hard to, like, land. An annoying little shrimp, that's for sure. Wow, he went far down to get me there. I'm probably going to make this the last match against me and him for a little while. We might let him train against some CPUs, or level up against some CPUs, I'd say. And we'll see how his playstyle is from watching from afar. Because when you're playing, you don't tend to notice much because you're so focused on what you're trying to do. That's why a big strategy actually for I guess learning from your mistakes is literally to rewatch your replays and be like, alright, so what did I do wrong here? Or like, what am I doing too often, sort of thing. Like, am I spamming an attack too frequently? Am I whiffing a lot of my attacks? Stuff like that. When you take a sword to a gunfight. I assume he's supposed to be putting his hands on his hips, but like his hands don't reach his hips? Question mark. 10 out of 10 animation. Alright, let's see how he is. Oh, interesting. We got enthusiastic instead of... Alright, I'm gonna have him verse some CPUs for a moment. Get him up levels and then we'll do some slow smash to try and like get him up to where we want him to. I also noticed he's very dusty. I really need to do like a dust clean of my room. I wish I had one of those, was it compressed air cans? That you can use to clean Amiibos really quickly. Steve.
3, 2, 1.
Another Min Min, actually, and Yoshi. Like, I can see he's racking up the damage. A lot of whiffing, though. How did Min Min die there? Oh well. I'm watching the Wii Fit trainers like exercising over on the sides. There's something I saw the other day, which was like totally just, you know, one of those YouTube videos where you're just like checking something out and you're just scrolling down to see if there's anything interesting and you just come across one of those weird videos that just YouTube decides to recommend to you. And it was about a Guinness World Record of sorts. I was like, oh, okay, Guinness World Record, that's kind of interesting. Let's check it out. So what's it about? And it's like, it was about the world's longest plank. And when I say plank, I don't mean like an actual piece of wood. I'm talking about doing that particular exercise thing, which a good way to describe what a plank is think of like a push-up like the Wii Fit trainer's doing, but instead you basically support your body on the forearms, and the idea is to stay as stiff as a board without your belly or like your legs touching the ground. The only things that are touching the ground are essentially your arms, your forearms, and your feet. That's all that's holding you up. And the idea is it's supposed to help strengthen your core muscle and your stomach. And it's notoriously hard. So the world record for the longest plank, I was like, okay, it's probably like a couple of hours or something crazy because, you know, the guy who currently holds the world record, he's an Australian. His longest plank went for 9 hours, 30 minutes, and 1 second because he really wanted to get to the 30-minute mark. But like, the man planked for 9 hours, and he was even saying like, oh, at the 40-minute mark, I could feel the burn. I'm like, bro, you feel the burn at the 40-minute mark? But like, yeah, so he was doing this huge plank, like, and he even says that he had like an arm injury. So like, not only is he doing a 9-hour plank with an arm injury, he's doing a 9-hour plank, which is absurd. Like, I get shaky around the 1-minute mark. I can't imagine doing like a 9-hour one. And he even said that like around the 5-hour mark, he started getting like, he was like vomiting from the pain of it all. And thankfully he had people around him, so they were able to help him out and also keep him hydrated because, you know, he can't really move his arms or anything like that. So they had a guy with like a sippy straw for him to get water whenever he needed it. But it was insane to watch. I was just like, obviously didn't record it for like 9 hours straight, but like someone in the comment section made a claim that like you literally could go to bed, wait, have a good night's sleep, wake up, go into that room, and he'd still be planking. Which is absurd if you think about it. But yeah, the human body is one weird thing. But I also like how, like, he really wanted to get that, like, 30-minute mark thing. Like, his previous record had been, like, 9 hours and 10 minutes or something like that. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to just casually go for the 9:30. And I'm like, God dang. Like, yep, I can see a bot just waltzed on in. Let's get rid of that. You see a username where you're just like, yeah, that's a bot. Like, oh yeah, my username is Paradise for Streamers. That's a normal name to have. I don't like bots at all. Like, I can understand that some bots are useful, but like, let's be real. Whenever you see a bot, most people are using it for scummy behavior. Like, being faster than human possible to buy out or a bunch of product. So I have no sympathy for bots. I mean, I'm not hurting their feelings anyways. The bot can't feel anything. Letting the bot know that I do not welcome bots here. Especially not ones that decide to try and sell out things on here. Because I think I had a couple of bots come in one time and they were like, join this gift thing, or like put in this code and or this website and then you can earn money or something. Or
Your range is 1 fist short.
and you're just like, no. I'm really not interested in that. I'm gonna check out what level he's at now. 35. I think I might quickly train him in slow smash right now. And then after he's done there, do some more training and then get these guys up to close to 50. If I don't get to 50, I can always do it off stream. It's no biggie, because it's only just to get the levels in. All the training's done.
Stop battle.
Ooh. The cold weather's making me sleepy, I better be careful. Though last night I did have a decently good amount of sleep, I must admit. The past few nights prior had been a bit hard to get some sleep because it was a bit, you know, yucky weather, humid. Nobody likes sleeping in humid weather. I guess forward air comes out faster than back air. Whoa. Gonna jump. Also, a lot of his attacks have very long, what's the word? Animations, I guess? This music track's another good one. There we go, that should be a KO. No, not yet. Sure. So much easier to deal with him when it's a lot slower. There we go. Like how the crowd just does a polite clap because the match is kind of going at a slower rate, so they're like no crazy KO there. It's just a light tap. Ooh, a Shantae song. I know Shantae was a big character that they wanted in this game, but like, it's kind of crazy for her indie developers to like get their song in here too. Like, it's like with Shovel Knight. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, I wanted Shovel Knight as a real character, sort of thing. But like, he's an assist trophy, which is crazy for an indie developer. There's a lot of people whose indie characters have not made it into Smash in any capacity. Like, I do understand, like, some people still want as a character so you can play it as them, but it's still crazy how some indie developers are now, like, up there as important sort of characters. Jumps a lot, I've noticed. Maybe that's why the enthusiastic nature is what's prevalent at the moment. Oop. That was a connect on the back air, which is good. Oh, the 2-frame. Nice. I just realized that the flags in the background are like Wii U. Do you remember that console? Kind of sad that the only thing I really now remember of the Wii U is literally it's trapped a bunch of my favorite games to it. Also, I would have no idea how I would even think about streaming a Wii U game. I was hoping to get something cool off stage, but alas, nothing. Oh, he's chasing me. Not bad, not bad. Do like he's dropped down back air. Hope he screwed me over there. The naming, when the announcer calls his name, it's so funny. Bowser Jr. Just like, why? Why that inflection? There we go, that's the nature we'd like to see. We want this kid to cause havoc. Alright, I'm just gonna, since there's not really much point training them on any other stages, just put these guys. What I might actually do is we'll put Doc in as well. He is higher level than the other Amiibo, but they both are from different owners, so that might also help them train a bit better, or like get the levels up faster. Ready? And hopefully they get some levels. I'll be back again. I have to go away for a moment again. Hopefully not too long. Here we go. Oh, actually, whilst this is going on, I need to set something up. I better get that set up whilst I'm waiting. I just totally forgot about it. I was like, oh right, I need to set this up. That off. There we go. Alright, I think it's all set up. This thing. That side. I guess this is the benefit of not having my hands full, is being able to set something up. Hey, I can hear NES gameplay. At least the other amiibo lasted a decent while. 39 and 45, not bad. What stage would I like to go to? Let's go to this stage. I remember going to this stage a lot, I think in the Wii U version, and amiibos just couldn't understand the physics of water, like, at all. And there was a match where I just watched them all, like, trying to jump back onto the boat and jump off the boat and then back onto the boat, and it's just in this sort of continuous loop, because they just they couldn't figure out what they were actually supposed to do.
3, 2, 1, go!
But this one doesn't have any, what's the word? It doesn't have, what's the word? The stage hazards, because that was a big thing too, was that sling at the front of the ship was very annoying back in the Brawl days. This ship is taking more lives than the actual fighters. I've just been watching the front of the ship and just, I think 4 people have died to it already. Yep, the amiibo doesn't know what the front of the ship does. Very the most powerful of stages, pirate ship. Even with stage hazards off, it still kills you. Well, I guess the Spirit Tracks does too. Actually, they're both Zelda sages. What's up with that? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Everyone at the back of the ship trying to just jump up constantly, jump down. The good old days when I think turning off learning wasn't a thing. I don't remember if the Wii U really had turning off learning, but it wasn't as effective as the Switch version. Alright, Terry and Medica, still 2 stocks. I'd definitely like to retrain my Byleth Amiibo because I know for sure that... Oh boy! I couldn't land those Arambal attacks at all because it's the tip of the lance that does the most damage. So you kind of want to get a perfect shot if you want to actually get the KO with that lance. Not that I mean Byleth really needs it. Everything in his kit pretty much like KOs everything. Doc be putting in the work. Nice catch from Byleth. Oh! Run the ship's dangers. It's also a very, it's a very angry Terry. I love how the CPU is able to pull it off so well. Ooh, nice. Turn around, up smash. Catch you with the back of the head. Oh, I've just realized something. I'll have to disable that when I get a chance. Because, I just... well, the setup I want to use for this, next segment, essentially. It requires, I think I had the multi-chat that we used from the Soul link, like, on the page, and I was like, oh, this will work, but then I remembered, like, it's probably still connected to the Alchemist, and the Alchemist is definitely streaming right now. So I don't think I can do that. Unless they're not streaming today. Let's take a look. Or maybe they're not. Oh, right. I think I do remember saying that they weren't going to stream today. Because, their dad's coming home. Wow, Dr. Mario has a death threat against Bowser Jr. Is that another Amiibo? There can only be one Amiibo. I'm gonna fight that Amiibo. But yeah, I'm actually surprised at how much damage Doc does. Like, sure he's not got a great recovery, but like, he hits like a truck. So we might be okay with the multi-stream issue. Ah, yes, they are. Okay. That's definitely something I'll have to double check next time if I'm gonna do that setup again, but thankfully we don't have to worry about it. There's a lot happening on the screen. Oh, actually, a slight thought about Amiibos. I don't know if anyone else has heard about how, like, they're releasing a gold band Amiibo, which is essentially, for the Universal theme park at the moment. There's, how do I describe it? they have these wristbands which are used for the parks, like attractions and stuff like that, and storing up coins and whatnot. But they also apparently function like Amiibo. Like you can actually scan them into ambulance going by. You can scan them into I guess whatever games that are out there, and they function essentially like an Amiibo of the Mario characters. But yeah, apparently for a couple of, maybe I don't know how long, Japan's already released these like gold banded, golden Mario banded Amiibos, which I feel very, very sorry for every single one of those like collectors out there that are like doing a 100% collection, because those are going to be hard because they're limited time as well. Oh, far out. The knockback from Kazuya's like absurdity. It's not looking good for the dock. I think. Oh. I think Kazuya would have had a clean hit on both of them if he'd landed the attack properly. But he did the wrong input. I guess the CPUs also have wrong inputs at times. Wow, Bowser Jr. down there at 8th. Not looking good for him. I think the issue is that Bowser Jr. is very flaky with the playstyle I've played him in. And because of that, a lot of his attacks seem to not have the oomph like what Dr. Mario has. Obviously, Dr. Mario sacrificed all his aerial like recovery for just more power. But with that more power, he's able to KO things a lot better. Ooh, I think this is a almost entirely new cast, except for Falco, maybe? Yeah, that Doc is landing those down airs pretty well off stage, which is good. Having a reliable spike is always a good thing. Wow, just in case they didn't want him to recover. Let's see how Bowser Jr. is doing. Oh! Doc's got another KO on his plate. So does Diddy. Diddy and Doc are already down to their last stock. Guess the smaller stage does make it a lot harder. Looking at the time, we actually trained these two pretty fast. They're like both in their 40s. Like, it'll take a couple of matches probably, but like, we're at the 2.5 hour mark, which is pretty fast for these two amiibos. Wow, I'm surprised Bayo did not die from that. She is at a very bad percentage. Wow, a lot of chaos on that side. I think Lucas took out a good portion of the competition. Yeah, I think Bowser Jr. definitely does better in a one-on-one as opposed to a group. In the group, he's just sort of getting flailed around. Ooh, it's getting windy out there. I can hear the wind like whistling. Cena and Pichu don't look too good. But Lucas is still on a good percentage. Ooh, unfortunate for Lucina. Whoop. Yeah, seems to be favoring too much aerials over like. See, he could have easily done like the forward smash there, and I think that would have taken Lucas out. But he's obsessed with using aerials, which is a little unfortunate. I think I may have trained him a little incorrectly.
Lucas wins.
But that's fine. I think we'll do one more match to see if we can get Bowser Jr. up to up to 45, hopefully, and then I'll leave it at that. Terry isn't here. Why are you giving him a... I like how the water seems to be flowing upwards. That's kind of cool. I guess another benefit of doing these things is you can take a look at just what's happening around. Wow, everyone is just going off stage. Unfortunately, Doc's recovery is kicking him a bit. A lot of these characters have pretty decent recovery. We got like what, Pac-Man, Hit, Greninja. They all have decent recoveries. I think Pac-Man's probably got the best recovery out of the group, simply because of just like how his side B is also a recovery option. Oh, wow, Doc was supposed to die there, but he got saved. Bowser Jr. is still kicking away. Charizard's getting trumped a lot. I've noticed a lot of tomfoolery over there. I guess Pokemon trainer. Wow! Wow, did you see that? So, both the Amiibos were trying to recover, and Doc knew he wasn't going to survive the encounter, so he just did a down B tornado, kills Bowser Jr. and then falls to his death. Like, he's like, you're coming with me, grabs him by the ankle and pulls him down. Alright, let's see how this goes. Pac-Man and Link are looking a little on the weak side. I got Link's bomb's just there. Link's dead, but like... doesn't matter. Ooh, Yoshi's going for the kill. Got backstabbed by Greninja. One solid hit will take out either combatant. I am rooting for one person, you can't tell me otherwise. Ah, there we go. Alrighty. He didn't get to 45, but that's okay. I can train them both off stream. Let's put them away and move on to the second half of this stream. Hopefully it works, that's all I'm hoping. I did practice test it out a little bit, but like, it's not confirmed that this works. Oh. Didn't have him centered. Alright. So we're going to exit out of here completely. Alright, here we go. Hey guys! Oh, there's the stream avatar. We're back to the grind. We're getting actually close. I know I've been doing this series for quite a while now, but we are getting very close to the end. So, today's going to be a little different because I need to train up 3 amiibos this session. Because we're actually sort of running out of time before the tournament, and I realize that I only have like literally 2 weeks before that happens, so I need to get a move on, because I still have technically 6 amiibos to train, so I basically need to train 3 of them today, and then 3 of them next week. But don't worry, after these guys are trained, and as well as the tournament, we'll be taking a very, very long break from amiibo. Because I don't know when the Pyra and Mithra ones are releasing, and I do not know if the Tears of the Kingdom one counts as a Link amiibo. It probably will, but yeah, I probably won't be training any more amiibos for a little while. Until I'm probably around this time next year, or unless something shows up. But that's besides the point, so I guess we shall get going. So, I have 3 amiibos to train, and unfortunately they have very different fighting styles, so we'll see how we go. And since we're speaking of Link, let's train Link first. Alrighty. I'm just gonna quickly change some stuff. There you go. But yeah, the plan for today is to train up 3 amiibos as, I guess, soon as I can. And then move on to the Nuzlocke. But today's probably going to be a bit more of a slightly chilled day because I won't say I'm tired at the moment, but I did do quite a lot of drawing yesterday, so a little worn out. But I should be good for the stream. Plus, it's still quite early, so... Here we go.
1, go!
Gosh, I do not know how to play Link for a while. It's been a long time. I say that, and yet I've technically got like a good handful of Link amiibos. Oops, that was the wrong way. Not enough. Looks like middle stage. Problem with training up Link is the bomb. Normally, teaching Link how to use the bomb is a good thing, but the problem is that in this game, the bomb is a 2-part move. So, pulling out the bomb and then also detonating it is a 2-part stage, unlike, say, Toon Link and Young Link's bomb, where you basically just need to activate it and throw it, and it'll blow up on its own, or it'll blow up on contact. Link's bomb in this game is based off the Sheikah Slate one, which has a timer. Not really a timer, it's a very, very long timer. I think it does blow up after a long, long time on its own if you don't touch it. But in terms of like actual gameplay, yeah, it doesn't go off until you hit down B yet again. So we probably won't be training him to use that because he'll just throw the bomb and it'll literally do very little damage. Which is very unideal for Link at the moment. Ooh, nice. That's what I wanted to get done. Don't know what happened there for him, but I guess we'll just ignore it. Also, another interesting thing that the Link amiibos tend not to do for some reason is that in the early stages of their, I guess, training, they have this weird tendency not to do a double attack on the smash attack, because they have a sort of like 1-2 smash attack. But for some reason they don't tend to use it until like they're at least level 20 or something like that. I don't know why. That is a thing, I guess, but I mean, once they eventually learn it, it's all good.
3, 2, 1, go!
Down air is probably not really a thing to teach as well. Ooh. Right. Bad. Link's tilt attacks seem to do a decent amount. Like that, just that tilt. Seems to inflict quite a bit of damage, I gotta say. Oh, nice. Should have gone for the forward air, but I got a bit worried. Nope, that's the wrong one. It always makes me slightly upset that I'm not able to get the cool finisher. Also, yeah, I've just noticed, I guess, I don't know why I didn't notice this until now, but like, yeah, Breath of the Wild Link has like a bow and quiver like on person at all times, as opposed to like the other links where you could only see like sword, shield, and then they just magically pull a bow from somewhere or use a hook shot and such like that. It's really neat detail. I guess it just never clicked. I was like looking at that back post. I was like, oh, I can see the bow, and I was like, oh wait, actually, yeah. I also realized I could be using the boomerang, but I mean, it's probably not something to be teaching the Amiibo. After all, I mean, what's the point of the boomerang? Can disrupt, but like, so can Link himself. Not like Link has a terrible recovery. It's not ideal compared to a lot more other characters, but I mean, yeah, you can literally just go out there and just disrupt with either like Nair or Fair. I guess another strange thing is that because the Breath of the Wild Link has his own sort of tunic compared to like sort of like the regular tunic I guess he usually should be wearing is a secondary costume, so having the Smash 4 Link is always a strange sight. But I guess you could say that about like all the Smash 4 Zelda amiibos except for like Toon Link, I guess. Because they're all based off Twilight Princess. So it's like the old Ganondorf, old Twilight Princess Zelda, that sort of thing. But yeah, they look very out of place compared to I guess some other characters from this game that didn't undergo such a big change. I guess even Sheik went under a bit of a change, but like it's not as noticeable as like Zelda and I guess Ganondorf and Link. Though I think a big reason Sheik doesn't change that much is because I guess Sheik didn't really have a official Twilight Princess form. It's, if you think about it, Sheik only shows up in like Ocarina of Time. So all other sort of variants of Sheik from this version, which seems to be more of a Breath of the Wild appearance, because I believe Sheik is wearing that particular Sheik clothing from Breath of the Wild, which I believe you can get in Breath of the Wild as an armor, I guess, not a costume. It actually has purpose. But like in Brawl, which I think is where Sheik would have came back as because they came in Melee and then immediately Brawl. They ditched Ocarina of Time like from that point. So Zelda, Link, and Sheik and Ganondorf were all Ocarina of Time based. Then they moved on to Twilight Princess, kept Twilight Princess for Brawl, Smash 4 and then drop them again for Ultimate. Ultimate's also, I guess, an interesting bag because it's like a mix of all of them. Like, there's an Ocarina of Time Ganondorf, there's a Breath of the Wild Link, there's a Link Between Worlds Zelda? I don't know, actually. The Zelda from in Smash seems to be this weird amalgamation of a variety of these particular Zeldas, like a Link to the Past and Link Between Worlds Zelda. Oh boy. Getting a bit tankier. Not completely tanky, but he's getting tankier. Probably feel like I'm rushing a little, but I mean, I have 3 amiibos to train. So I probably will try and like train them, get them to about 40-ish like I usually do with CPUs. And then move on to the next one after a little bit of like test training and slow smash. Because I can easily just grind up the levels like, you know, afterwards. It is so weird. Xenoblade 2's what? I don't know how old it is now. It's decently old now. It's kind of weird because it technically is now the oldest of the trio, simply because Xenoblade 1 got a definitive edition. I mean, Xenoblade 1 obviously comes first, but like... keeps spot dodging. I don't think I'm dodging too much, but I mean, he hasn't been able to hit me, so... very hard to dodge something that doesn't attack you. You can see how he only goes for one, he doesn't go for the follow-up. Ooh, nice. There we go. Link's Fair actually does a decent chunk. He definitely got an improvement in this game, I'd have to say. It's always been weird how Link is, despite how popular he is as a character, he's always been sort of like bottom of the barrel in terms of like tier lists. Like, goodness, just from the very beginning, I think Smash 64, he had just the most awful recovery in the game. Like, it went nowhere. Like, you just have to pray that you never got close to the ledge because you just die. But now, he's got so much better recovery. He has a better jump, his actual spin attack goes somewhere. And obviously some smart people figured out how to do bomb recovery. Unfortunately, that's not something we can teach the Amiibo. As much as I'd love to teach the Amiibo how to bomb recover, it's just not a thing that they can learn. Ooh, nice. It's a good string. It's also so weird that this version of Link also just doesn't have a tether grab. I mean, guess it depends on who you're asking. Some tether grabs aren't useful. I mean, it gives you more reach, but sometimes it leaves you a lot more exposed. So... But to be honest, I'd take a tether grab over a really bad grab. Some characters have really, really bad grab range. I would know. As much as my main would really benefit from having a better grab range, they have average grab range. I don't know who has the worst grab range. I think maybe Cloud or something like that. Like, some character has a god-awful grab range. Like, you'd have to be literally sticking your face into the other person's, like, chest just to get a good grab on them. The stage's lighting is really fun. It can be a little hard to see certain characters, but it's definitely a fun lighting. Ooh, I was trying to go for a spin attack, and then all of a sudden got hit by a down air that showed up out of nowhere. Notice he jumps a lot, quite high up. As long as you punish it, the Amiibo should slowly start to stop doing that.
Start the battle.
What are we up to? Level 20. This is my favorite Link skin for sure.
3, 2, 1.
I think it's supposed to be based off the Royal Guard's garb from Breath of the Wild, but it's just my favorite. I just like how the black, well, it's more of a navy. The navy and the red work really well together. I won't deny there are some of Link's costumes that I do miss. I like all the Links used to have like the Four Swords colors, being like green, blue, red, and then a violet. Which a lot of people, it's funny because, what is it? I think a lot of people just call it purple. I mean, it's more of a purple than a violet, but, oops, that was bad. Ah, no. But like, I think if I remember rightly, at least in, I don't think it's completely canon, but like, at least in the Four Swords manga, they call him Vio, as for Violet. So I guess it's more Violet, but because I assume they simply, actually, who knows really? Because, as we know, sometimes English translations aren't one-for-one when it comes to Japanese text. It's sort of like the same for the other way around. Sometimes there are jokes that you could make in English that make sense, but like when you try and translate it over to a Japanese audience, they have no clue what you're talking about, and it's vice versa. So for all we know, perhaps they call them a purple color in Japanese, but for some reason the English translation's like, oh no, actually violet sounds like a better, a better color for it. This game. I can't wait till we eventually play back through Dragon Quest 11. Obviously, there is a little bit of spoilers floating around, but obviously out of context they don't make any sense, so you should be fine. Finding it a little harder to hit our Amiibo. I thought of just a good idea. What we might do is just train him up to level 30-ish, or to where we think is appropriate. So I think what we might do is train him up, do a bit of slow smash so we can get more fine-tuning him a little bit, and then we'll stop, go to the next Amiibo, go to the next Amiibo, and then have them all train with CPUs all at the same time just to gain levels. That might be a little bit faster, now that I think about it. All about optimization.
Start battle.
And hopefully these fights will start to get a little bit longer. Yeah, I guess once we do finish all the Amiibo stuff, we can do 2 different games at once. Because right now, it's kind of strange area Kirby's in, at least. Because, I mean, we finished the main story of Kirby last week. But, I mean, there is hard mode technically. There's the epilogue, which we will be doing next session. And then, I guess this is obviously the Magoland, magicalest place on Dreamland sort of thing. We still have that to do. Though I have no idea how I'm going to do Samurai Kirby. I might have to actually look it up, to be honest. Because while I was able to just barely beat Magolor, I couldn't beat Meta Knight. And I have to beat Meta Knight in order to, I guess, 100% Magoland. Oh, nice. I do like that back air from ledge. Oh, shit. I guess I'll let him kill me like that. Because we're definitely training that behavior. But he can get his smash attacks right. He's still having the issue of that. Well, a part of me is like, I hope this month ends soon, but another part of me is like, I still need to finish something before the end of the month. I only have like 3 days left, so like tomorrow I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time doing a bunch of drawing. It's gonna be exhausting, but I want to get it done. We're starting to air dodge. Getting better. I would say out of all the Amiibos, probably because I've trained a lot of Link Amiibos, they're a really solid Amiibo. Like, their AI is pretty smart. They hit decently hard. And it's kind of weird, like, I think I've seen a couple of tier lists where they put Link over, like, say, Toon Link and Young Link. Despite, I guess, they're very similar. I think the AI is just what is the determining factor. Because, obviously, some Amiibos are just going to have better AI than others. Like, tried and tested fact that apparently Ken Amiibo AI is not that great. I saw a video, I think, where it just had him literally just SD off the ledge. What the heck, I got dragged in somehow. I'm better with my tilts, but maybe it's because Link's a little bit slower than most of the characters that I usually use tilts. So I'm able to get a good tilt. Almost down to level 30. Probably just continue a little bit longer. Actually, what I might... Let's go out real quick and check his nature. Might also do a little bit of slow smash just to get him a bit more fine-tuned, but he seems to be doing pretty well. So I'd like to return there, please. Yep. With a good nature. Obviously, unfortunately, I have to put this away because we can't get into custom smash through the Amiibo menu. I'm also gonna have to mark these Amiibos at some point. I might put some artist tape on them because I don't want them getting accidentally mixed up with my other Amiibos. Especially when I need to, because I've got a couple of copies that I got from my cousin. I don't want to mix them up whilst when we do the tournament.
Start battle.
Whoops. Yeah. I can hear a crow outside just complaining. It's currently raining. I think it's been raining ever since I woke up this morning. So today's a very cool and rainy day. It's one of those days where you just want to just sleep in, you know?
3, 2, 1, go!
Somehow this feels even worse. Oh boy, what happened there? I just fast fell by accident. That's not good. Somehow this feels worse to do than regular Smash. Didn't know how long to hold the shield for. I got a footstool. Bad. Dang it. No, I wanted to jump. Yeah, the slow smash is not helping. Somehow it's making my performance even worse. Probably only need to do one more match for now. Let's go back to just regular shmeesh. Yeah, once April rolls around, I should be a little bit more free to do what I'd like to do.
Start battle.
Been just sort of tied down for a little while. But I am mostly done with what I need to do. So thankfully I should be able to get most of it done tomorrow. As well as some extra thing that I want to work on.
2, 1, go!
It's actually feeling like a bit like a match now. That was good. Ah, missed. He's still not using the forward smash like he should, which is a little worrying, but I think it should be fine. Yeah, he went low. Can't do anything about that. Ah! Drop shield one frame too early. There we go. Oh, we got two screen splats. Nice. Alright. We're gonna leave Link for a moment. Turn off his learning. Still aggressive, which is good. And we'll put him away for now. Next one. Alright, so Zero Suit. I don't think she's not as heavy as Link in terms of their jumps, but she's going to be a bit of a tricky one to do. She's like one of the few Metroid characters I can sort of play, but it's still a very fine line.
Zero Suit Samus.
She definitely got buffed in
2, 1, go!
in terms of like what fight style because of those boots. Goodness, she was a joke back in Brawl. But then all of a sudden she like shows up in Smash 4 and she's like absurdly powerful, which I found funny because I didn't mind using her. I guess they were like, well, she's gonna be her own character now, so we're gonna have to figure out how to make her usable. I'm having trouble getting a KO that I want. There we go. I might have to play on slow smash for this one. Simply because, I mean... Whoops! I forgot she does that! I totally forgot that her down air is a slightly, tilted one. And I just... Well, it was a good SD. Hopefully she doesn't learn from that.
Start the battle.
Yeah, I think Samus has sort of dropped off in terms of viability nowadays. I think it was the big reason why she was pretty useful in Smash 4 was by how floaty she was. Well, the whole game was very floaty, sort of thing. So yeah. Why don't I do that? Had the perfect opportunity to do a smash attack and I didn't. I know her flip kick actually is quite useful, but I do not trust myself to be able to use that properly. Ah, keep missing. I want to get that up air kill. But I'm just not getting it, you know? I'm whiffing a lot of her aerials. Is her forward smash really that bad? I felt like her forward smash did a lot more oomph, but it doesn't seem to.
Start the battle. Zero Suit Samus.
know if I'd say she's what's the word? She is definitely a fast faller, but I don't know. She doesn't. I don't think she falls as fast as say Fox. But her jumps are very sharp, I guess is the word to describe it. Finally, an up air kill. Only took 3 matches. I don't know what the Amiibo's doing, but I'm not gonna complain. I mean, they are only level 9, so... There. Wonder if I can teach her to go for the paralyzer into forward air, because somehow that does more damage. There we go. Only took 3 attempts there.
Zero Suit Samus wins.
Now that I think about it, her shoes are similar to Bayonetta's, isn't it? Both of them have high heels that have guns to them. I mean, Bayonetta's guns are obviously attached to the back of her heels, and Samus's is more in the heel, but yeah.
Zero Suit Samus.
I don't know how functional having gun shoes really are, but you know.
2, 1, go!
She's using forward air a lot more, which is a little worrying. She's starting to spam it. Which, I mean, forward air does kill, but like, if she spams it too much, it becomes predictable. Why is the hitbox for that so tight? There we go. I guess you can kill it from the ground. Oh well. Unfortunately, it's very hard to teach Amiibos how to deal with shield breaks, so... Gotta accept it. No! Dang it. I was so hoping that I could, that I could get the, stun into up air, but guess I'm not good enough for that. Alright. Let's keep on keeping on.
Stop battle. Zero suit Samus. 3, 2, 1, go!
That was weird. I feel like it's like a weird air dodge just there. Ah, that doesn't kill. She's at 130 and like this up air is just not killing. Axe. Samus, why you lack kill power? I know this is technically supposed to be her weakened form compared to like her wearing the suit, but still. Oh my goodness, I realized like I shouldn't probably do that. Like a second after I did it, I was like, oh, probably best not to do that. There we go. Yeah, her up tilt seems to do more, has better launch power than her up smash.
Be still.
Like, what is? Oh, it'd be like that. My doggo is also just sort of woken up a little bit. I think he heard me yelling a little bit, so he's got one eye open, looking at me weirdly.
Zero suit Samus.
Because today's a rainy day, it's a little cold for him. Because he's an old man now.
3, 2, 1,
So
go!
I've just put a little blankie over him just to keep him warm. I feel like I'm whiffing more than I'm actually supposed to be hitting. She actually jumps pretty high. She can get up to the blast zone up at the top of the map really easily. But yeah, the lack of killing power really puts her in a bad position compared to some other amiibos. Like, she can juggle things off stage, don't get me wrong, but and she's got a decent recovery, but like, if you can't kill your opponents, especially amiibos, seeing how heavy they are, after like you're hitting level 50, it can be a bit of an issue. Try and trying Samus today? Yeah, we are. I have three amiibos to get through. We've just finished Sword Training Link for now. He's at level 30. My plan is to try and finish training up these amiibos, 3 of them, and then move on to the Pokemon Silver Nuzlocke, which is had some mixed results in terms of what's happened. We are technically on our 2nd run of that game because I forgot, with the whole idea of, you know, randomizing Pokemon and stuff like that, that fishermen are the most dangerous thing in early game. I always forget that. We're doing a Nuzlocke? I didn't know. Yeah, we started last week after the Amiibo training. I did try to keep it a bit of a secret, but I think it's best to announce it now. So, I guess because the VOD is probably going to expire before the end of this session, I can explain what's happened. So far, we started our first run, and then proceeded to die at the, before we reached the 2nd town. Because I made the foolish mistake of, going I think, there's a route before the cave in Silver, where there's a couple of fishermen, and I made the mistake of accidentally going down that way and talking to a fisherman. It was a warm-up round, yeah. Yeah. Because I haven't played Silver or Gold, like the original Gold and Silver, like, at all. I've played a bit of Crystal, but that was even a long time ago, too. So, the issue was that I forgot that because fishermen tend to have Magikarp, they often are, like, really high level. There's a guy who's supposed to have a level 15 Magikarp when you're still in the 10s, but because of a randomizer, it just randomized into a random level 15 mon that wiped my entire party, except for, like, 1 Pokemon. And we were just really, really unlucky with some of our catches. Like, we did not get good stuff. So, by the time we exited the cave, we only had, like, an Oddish, which, you know, Oddish isn't gonna really do too much. And it happened to be that the one trainer that we couldn't get past after the cave, he had a Doduo. So we just literally had nothing to answer to Doduo, and we just died. I have randomized moves, but I've randomized it so that, like, the Mons at least have moves that are similar to what their typing is, But it also turned out that in that particular run, the game thought it was funny to teach every baby Mon and normal types Hyper Beam, like, off the rip. Which is, you know, a little shocking when you are dealing with such a small pool as, what, 1st and 2nd gen? So we did wipe, and I had to make a 2nd file. And we are currently just outside that same cave. I'll let her do that. So our 2nd run has been a little bit more solid because we actually found Articuno and Moltres as 2 of our catches. And the only downside is that we have 3 birds, because our starter was Dodrio. So we have a very big rock and ice weakness at the moment, and electric. But it's going a lot better. So hopefully this session will get a bit further and actually have the run survive. I did go back and do a death counter. Because, like, goodness gracious, we had a lot of deaths in the 2 runs combined. A bunch of them were really foolish, rushed deaths that could easily been avoided, but I was running out of energy and time, and I didn't want to, you know, wait too long. And then I ran into a different fisherman the 2nd route, and I was like, no! So we lost a couple of good Mons. Need to get back into my Nuzlockes too. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done a Nuzlocke, so... another reason we're actually doing the Pokemon Silver Nuzlocke as well is... What we're going to do is we're going to get the Pokemon from the final team, essentially, like, after they're all randomized and we make it all the way through. I don't know how far we'll go. We'll probably try to get through to Red. I don't know if we'll fight Red, but we'll get that point. It's because, obviously, it's a bit of grinding if we were to fight Red, because he's just so high-leveled at that point. Then it might not be worth it. We might say, like, the end is essentially just getting to the end of Kanto. Kanto gym leaders. But regardless, that's beside the point. The point is that after the end of the run, we're going to get the team of 6, like our final team, and we're going to transfer them into a emulator of Pokemon Stadium 2, and we're going to do the gym battles in there. So it will be certainly an interesting experience.
3, 2, 1,
But obviously that's going to be a little while away. Because obviously a Nuzlocke does take time. And we can't guarantee that we don't wipe to certain things as well. And a part of me does want to record, I guess, like, some of the ROMs I did get from the 3DS. Oh, spoilers, by the ways. Either today or tomorrow is the last day to get any 3DS-related software from the eShop. eShop closes either today or tomorrow. I think it's, I think it is tomorrow from what I've seen somebody mention, but regardless, this is the last call for that sort of thing, so make sure you grab what you need to before it's too late. For Pokemon related stuff, you'll probably need to get Bank and spend a little bit of money on Bank so that you can get access to Poke Transporter, because that will be the only way for you to get anything earlier than 5th gen. And get whatever 3DS ROMs. Because I don't know if the Pokemon Company hasn't decided whether or not they want to what's the word? Put any Pokemon games onto the Switch at the moment, like, through the Virtual Boy yet. So I did get, I've got Yellow, Blue, and Crystal at the moment. I think, yeah, that or Gold. But yeah, that's all I could really get in Bank because I hope so too, because Capture Card on 3DS is awful. Like, the only way to do is mod a capture card into your 3DS, or you just have to do the age-old, get a camera and a webcam and face it towards the screen, you know, which isn't ideal. And I would love to do a, and it'll also be easier for us to transfer stuff up to home, I guess, if we wanted to transfer teams. I mean, you can transfer via Bank, but you know. I want to do a cam run. It's pretty nostalgic. Oh yeah. I've been thinking about doing a similar thing where I want to go through all the games in their sort of like chronological order of each gen, and then send all those like teams up into home, I guess. Just like do a whole run, so go through the red and blue ages, go through this gold and silver, maybe yellow can be its own separate thing because it's a little different from the regular stuff. Then go to ruby, sapphire, and emerald, diamond, pearl, black and white, and then so forth, and just keep going up until we get back to violet. Obviously, I've done a playthrough of Violet recently, as it's probably... I'm still uploading bits and bobs up to YouTube at the moment, but it's still a bit iffy, I would say. Because I think I'm a couple of episodes behind, and I need to start uploading the Dragon Quest treasures, because we just finished that series. And I think I did get all of it uploaded. I just need to make it public, essentially, and get some thumbnails and, you know, do all the little itty bitty stuff. And we did have recently an episode of Pokemon Violet again, doing the Decidueye raid. And eventually, I guess we're gonna have to shiny hunt Rowlet. Because Legends Arceus thought it was a funny joke not to give me Rowlet as a shiny. I really love that. That was fun. Because I think I ended up getting like a shiny Quilava, a shiny Alpha Oshawott, but not a single shiny related to Rowlet, the one I really wanted. And the problem with that is that you either have to do massive mass outbreaks for Rowlet, or wait for like a distortion in certain, I think the mountain area. I have 3, do you want one? Like, a part of me is like, oh, yes, I would, but another part of me is like, I do want to try and go for it myself, like, have one under my name. I mean, if you have 3, you could, have you done the, like, a living shiny dex, have one of each of the evolutions be shiny? Don't know how that happened, but we'll take it. And I guess, also in terms of shinies, we did catch a couple of shinies yesterday. I made a dragon sandwich because I believe AJ was talking about Axew. So I was like, you know what, let's make a dragon sandwich and hunt for Axew real quick. Because I do want to get Tatsugiri, so like... What? Okay. I'm still missing the last Tatsugiri, and while we did manage to get an Axew, and we even got a Bagon, because apparently Bagon also spawned up in the area that was there, we got the wrong Tatsugiri. So we have 2 salmon Tatsugiri, 4 soy, but we're missing the white one, the squid one. One day we'll get it. I'm trying to do that, but I'm sure they'll get Pokemon Go, so I can grab the ones I lack there. Ah, yes, Pokemon Go. I've been thinking of getting back into Pokemon Go by, like, you know, in terms of just transporting all the mons that I don't need on there. Like having, because storage is such a big issue for me when it comes to games like that, where I end up just hoarding. And I'm just like, oops, I casually have too many such and suches. And plus I do have a bunch of shinies on there too, myself. A lot of duplicates from like community days when I was playing the game back then, so trading all those shinies into home would be a good thing. Got a Pokestop right next to my house. Same. I do too. I just wish I had a gym nearby. Kind of have to walk like 10 minutes to get to a gym. It's just up the road at local shops. But luckily there's 2 gyms there too, so I could just battle both of them if I really want to. Let's see. Ooh, that's not good. Enthusiastic. Okay. I'd rather not have her with enthusiastic, but I mean, we've been jumping quite a lot. And whiffing a lot of attacks, so we better like do a bit of slow smash and see if we can get the aggressive type or offensive. Enthusiastic's okay, but they tend to be more jumpy and just flailing as opposed to actually focusing on a target, which can be bad sometimes because sometimes they'll just be swinging and missing like 10 meters away from the target. But that's probably my fault as well. But yeah, it's been a longish time since I've played Pokemon Go because I've been playing Pikmin Bloom, which is by the same company, Niantic. And it's a little bit more relaxed, so you don't have to battle things or constantly be catching Pokemon, you just walk. And when you get enough steps, you can pluck Pikmin. So there's less, like, focus.
3, 2, 1, go!
Tried the Pikmin game, but it didn't hook me. That's okay. It's not for everyone. I just prefer it because I do like collecting the little cute costumes for the Pikmin. And I don't have to be constantly focusing on, like, if Pokemon spawn in and whatnot. But I can see how it would, not everyone would be hooked on it. It's helped me get the steps I need, though. Which is, I think, the biggest thing. Whoops. Well, I messed up, but I still got the kill, so that's all that mattered. Sometimes it's about sending a message. We seem to be both, like, attacking at the same time, I've noticed. She was faster. What gen are we up to in Pokemon Go, actually? Pokemon Go had this weird thing where what they do is they'd, like... I think the last time I played was that they were announcing some Alolan Pokemon. That's how far behind I was. But then they also released some Gala Pokemon. But it wasn't even, like, the main part of Gala. They just released a handful of Galamons, like Wooloo, Phalanx, and stuff. Which I was like, that's a little weird. Like, why not just release all of Gala? Like, I understand at this point we're at, like, 1,000 Mons, but... We have Pokemon up to Hisui. Okay. Yeah, I think Scarlet and Violet wouldn't be, like, close in any way. Dex is not complete. Yeah, that's the thing that I find a bit odd with Pokemon Go. Is because the Dex isn't complete. And getting legendaries have always been hard on that game for me. I think that's the big reason that I sort of started drifting off, is that they started releasing, like... Oh! They started releasing a lot of, like, legendaries via these raids. And I just... couldn't get into any of them because, like, nobody around my area was playing the game. And I'm actually stuck on a mission, like, way back, where it's like, take a photo of Landorus or something like that. Because there hasn't been a mission for Landorus in who knows how long. So there's, like, nothing I can do about it. And I just gotta look at it incomplete. Which kind of sucks, because, you know... I'd like it to be. Alright, but hour at 16, which is pretty good. Usually at an hour 16 we would only have one Amiibo trained, but we've technically got 2-ish Amiibo trained. Obviously I think the Zero Suit's not as great as my Link Amiibo's training, because I floundered a bit on that one, I won't deny. It's good, no enthusiastic, which is what we want. I wonder if you could complete it through a group photo. Maybe. I wouldn't know, unfortunately. I don't even know what a group photo is. Problem is I didn't catch it, I didn't see it, so, like, it's just stuck in the void somewhere out there. I have no idea where it is, but it's somewhere.
Start battle.
What I might do is have, actually, no. Yeah. No, I got it. I'm gonna get these two amiibos to fight to get a bit of leveling up. And whilst I do this, I'm gonna go grab myself a snack. I'm feeling a bit peckish. I'm gonna quickly do that, and it gives me a little bit of a break before I do the third amiibo. Usually I do take a break between training amiibos, but you know.
3, 2, 1, go!
I haven't been able to because I trained two amiibos back to back. I shall be back in a moment though. I'm gonna go grab said snack that I'm alluring to. Yeah, I am back. Let's see. Group photo is when 2 or 3 trainers get together and have each one of them partner Pokemon out at the same time, and you can take a photo of all 3 Pokemon. So if the mission doesn't say Wildlanders, it should be okay. Interesting. But yeah, I think I sort of like at least agree with you on that part. I don't think it says Wildlanders, so it might work. Sonic. Sonic be winning. Let's go over here. Might just make a huge field and just put all the CPUs out. Observe as well. It's kind of the important thing of once you've trained your amiibo up to a decent level, you have to be like, okay, are they still fighting decently well, or is it just like, oh, they're spamming one attack and literally just swinging in the air, you know? Wow, that's a lot of red.
3, 2, 1, go!
No idea what this music is. I wasn't paying attention. It sounds like something from King of Fighter. Oh no, I can hear it now, it's Metroid. I just couldn't recognize the first few notes. Where is she going? There we go. I was just looking over to the left and see her just walking away, like... Oh, that's good. That was a good kill on for Zero Suit. Good tilt kill. I think they're still having this issue where he won't use the full like side smash, and I think that's sort of messing up his AI because the verse hit of of forward smash doesn't launch that far because it's not supposed to. So I think his AI is looking at it and being like, oh, since it's not KOing or launching people, there's no point using it, sort of thing. So I've noticed he doesn't use it as much as, like, say, up smash or something. So diamond pickaxe. Been pretty even though. Whoop. Link's still at 2, as well as Enderman. Forward smash. I guess because I spent a lot more time, walking around as opposed to, like, rushing back and forth. I've noticed the Link in Zero Suit seem to do that as well, where they'll just walk as opposed to, like, run over to their next destination. They'll just, meander over there. There we go. Actual running. I'm also sort of just eating away at this thing. Like a red bean dessert, like soup. Got red bean, a bit of citrus, and tapioca. Glad I checked Cookie Transporter needed an update. Yep, very important. Make sure everyone does that. Check any 3DS stuff you need because it's leaving tomorrow. Or like today. This is the final warning I can give you guys, at least on my end. Once it's over, it won't be possible for you to grab those things. Last hit situation. Yeeteth the Linketh. I believe I'm all up to date, at least with Pokemon Bank and stuff. I think it expired, thankfully, just beforehand. So, just to be on the safe side, I put some funds into it so that it's still active, I guess. Just in case there's any, nonsense thrown at us. Make this the last match. But yeah, in terms of Pokemon, you need to have Pokemon Transporter to get anything from 5th gen up. Bank is used to, like, grab stuff from Transporter, as well as any virtual consoles that you might have. So that's another thing that's important. Any sort of virtual consoles you want. Any eShop games even, like anything that doesn't have a physical copy and is out there, definitely important to get. But Bank is definitely a big one you want to get, because it will allow you to transfer stuff from Bank to home. So getting anything from your 3DS over onto your Switch. Oh, and I guess some other things you should get if you have, I guess, room for that sort of stuff. I believe there's two other things you can grab. Is the Sun and Moon demo. The Sun and Moon demo, I believe every time you start a new one, you should be, or just have it at least, you should be able to get Battle Bond Greninja, which is a Greninja with a special ability that allows it to transform into Ash Greninja. You can only get it from the Sun and Moon demo. I don't know if that demo is going to still be available after the eShop closes. So that's another important one. It doesn't cost any money, but it is a bit hefty in terms of data. So if you have the room to put it, I would suggest doing it. Unfortunately, I don't, because on my 3DS, I have Animal Crossing New Leaf as taking up most of the data, and I don't want to delete it, so I'm unable to get it. But I think I did get the Battle Bond Greninja at some point, and it's on one of my my games somewhere. I think also the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire demo is also another one that would be of interest, because I believe they made it that you can get yourself a shiny Beldum from that particular event. Those are the two demos I can really think of, like, that you need to grab. And yeah, want to grab the rest of the classic Pokemon that missed for Nuzlocke reasons, yeah. Or if you just need them to complete living decks for home, because I know there are some people out there who have done that, and a part of me is like, maybe I should do that at some point. Perhaps once the life cycle of or like I need room in Violet, I might move my living decks from Violet into there. The downside is that some of the mons that I have, I guess, in the living decks, I still use as like for things like what's the word? For like raids and stuff like that, like my Gastrodon and such like that. But yeah, those are the things I can think of in Pokemon terms. There are a handful of eShop games, and I'm sure there's like guides online for people who want to give their opinion of what's a good game to like take from the eShop. There's that one crazy thing, I think, what was his name? You know, the Completionist? How the Completionist has done some really crazy thing where he's like, gotten like every single eShop game from the 3DS and the Wii U. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. The Wii U is also shutting down, so if you're still playing the Wii U and you want to get some eShop games from there, that's another thing that you'll probably need to check out. Unfortunately, my Wii U has been put away for a very, very long time, so like, there's very little reason for me to go and grab anything from there. But I know, I think the Wii U had a handful of like DS games and stuff like that you could play on there. Don't have a Wii U. Yeah, that's also another thing too, it's just not much you can really do. I think the biggest thing is that if you had, I know at least for the Xenoblade community, there was a patch that you needed to get from the Wii U eShop just to help the game run a bit better. That they added. Alright, this isn't going to be confusing in any shape or form. Gotta remember I'm the one with the biker jacket. I have not played Mii Brawler for a very long time, so I don't know. We'll see how we go. I did practice a little bit before stream, but obviously their moveset is going to be a little bit... I think it's the same moveset. Because you can customize their moveset, so... it. I was hoping to get the multi-kick. Wow, I forgot how much Mii Brawler's recovery is not that great. I was not going to survive that.
Start the battle. Mii Brawler.
Yeah, I think that's all I can really think of that off the top of my head. I don't really know too many things that you can get on the Wii U.
2, 1,
Love this music. Like I was just walking into me like, what does that accomplish, dude? Yeah, I didn't realize Mii Brawler was quite a fast brawler. It's a shame we don't get to listen to this song a little bit more, but oh well.
Mii Brawler wins.
If there's one, I guess, positive to the Miis in this version of the game, whatever they're wearing, like the gear they are actually wearing in this version, looks a lot better than what they wore in the Smash 4 version. Just looking at the Amiibo, it's not great. Like, they looked very cartoony in their designs for like the Smash 4 version. Like, looking at the Amiibo over to where I'm at compared to like the default on the Mii Brawler,
Mii Brawler.
pretty big difference. So like, the Mii Brawler has like, seems like gloves, neat shin pads, you know, sort of thing, and a more textured shirt. It's got patterns on it.
1,
Oh, oh, they also got knee pads as well. But yeah, essentially they got kit that makes a little bit more sense to a fighting sort of scenario compared to their Smash 4 counterpart. Smash 4 was like, let's put these orange gloves on them. Which, spoiler alert, doesn't look too great, I must admit. I think also like the gunner and swordsman also fall into that same category of just having a single colored shirt, pants, and then, you know, whatever their weapon is. Whilst in this version they've given them more, you know, more design. So like, the gunner has more futuristic boots and a more detailed gun. Swordsman has like an actual like scarab, which they would have like put their sword away in, you know. I think the costumes are pretty much the same too. I think that was the big thing, was that it sort of encouraged you to use the costumes, because the basic Mii was kind of boring. So I can understand the sentiment there. Yeah, Mii's are a weird sort of situation. Like, I don't mind them at all. It's nice to see the Mii's show up from time to time. And I mean, like, probably also because Miitopia is another big thing for me, at least. considering how Miitopia is just a huge game, and especially now the Switch version where the customization of the characterization is so much better. I mean, I definitely thoroughly enjoyed the 3DS version, but they added so much to the Switch version in terms of customization, being able to find other people's costumes and borrow them online, sort of thing. And obviously more screenshot data and the ability to record videos. So there's very little reason to go back to the 3DS version. Also, you get a horse, casually. I don't think that's really important, but there be horse. And it's just a very easy, a very easy RPG. It does have some RNG, but I mean, you don't take it too seriously. I just wish... Every time I think about Miitopia, though, I'm always thinking about Tomodachi Life, and I'm just like, one day, maybe, question mark. There's a lot of games that I wish that we could get a HD version of, but now that I think about it, I guess there isn't much for, in terms of news, now I think about it. I mean, we've had a lot of good games recently, so I'm not going to completely complain or anything weird like that. We have obviously Tears of the Kingdom coming up. We recently got that Bayonetta spin-off? Question mark? Is it a spin-off? I don't know, actually. I mean, I feel like it's got importance to the story because it's the main character and whatnot, and, you know, a prequel, but... We have too many games. Yeah, it's weird. We have quite a lot of games on the plate. Oof. After that. But there, we have Pokemon's had a new game, Kirby's had a remake and a new game sort of recently. I would say Forgotten Lands is a bit more on the older side at this point, but we had Return to Dreamland. I feel like that's gonna tide over time for whatever the Kirby team decides to do. Pokemon is Pokemon, it's got DLC, but goodness do I wish that Pokemon had just taken, I don't know, just a couple more months to do their game. They left Legends Arceus in the dirt, and I feel a little sad knowing, you know, that fact, because I thoroughly enjoyed Legends Arceus. It's a great game to shiny hunt, it's a great game just in general, but I just feel like it could have used with DLC. The only DLC we got was, more battles at the battleground, and the mass outbreaks, and that was it. And then I was like, okay, I guess this is a sign that we're getting more stuff. And then it was like, nope, Scarlet and Violet are on their way, and I was like, hold up, you just left these two. And let's not casually forget what they did about Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond. I understand that a lot of people did not like those games. And it's kind of sad because it has a little bit of a nostalgia beat for me, but I do understand that Shining and Brilliant were, didn't feel like anything new. It literally just felt a big rehash. Which, like, if we compare to, like, things like Oras, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, Fire Red Leaf Green, they did a much better job at, like, and definitely the biggest contender, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. They didn't really add much. Shining Pearl was my first 4th gen, so I really enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it too, but yeah, that's the issue, is that the only thing it offered extra was, they got rid of Pal Park, because obviously Pal Park in Gen 4's purpose was only to, like, transfer things up from your GBA games. That's the only reason Pal Park was there. But obviously we have home, so we don't need that. So they just added, you know, legendaries and whatnot. And that's okay, but yeah, that's another thing too. That game got left in the dirt real quick. Like, a part of me's been thinking of, like, playing that game, like, as a Nuzlocke or something like that. After I, like, obviously transfer my stuff up. But the problem is that if I do that, I haven't got the Darkrai event. Which, yeah, that's another thing. The Darkrai event. It lasted very little time, and there is no current news of it coming back, because obviously the game got left in the dirt, essentially. So we're just like, well, I guess if you missed out on the Darkrai event, that's it. The Arceus with some DLC would be amazing, although, to be honest, I haven't finished Arceus. You haven't finished Arceus? Like, in terms of, like, the main story? I'm not sure I did the Darkrai event. Yeah, like, I almost missed that too. I think I was on the last day, I just quickly logged in to get the mystery gift, and I haven't touched it since. Like, I do have the ticket to allow me to go to what needs to be done, but yeah, that was the thing, is that because Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond have been left in said dirt, there's no real way to get Darkrai again. And here's another kicker. I mean, thankfully they made the Arceus event like a thing, but obviously you need to have beaten Legends Arceus in order to get that particular event, and you can at least shiny hunt Arceus, but in terms of everything, I just got Ursaluna. Oh, you mean like, are you at the part where you gotta fill in the Pokedex and whatnot? Like, have you finished the main story or done the post-game story? Because there is a bit of a post-game story. Right. Because I know Ursaluna is a bit of a difficult one to get, I won't deny, in terms of getting it on the Pokedex. That's another shield break. Oh, you just got Ursaluna as the second ride Pokemon? Oh my goodness. Yeah, you need to go back to that game. There's a lot in that game, and the post-game, I think, the post-game stretch, as well as like the end part of the main story, is definitely a great part. And also there is, I guess, some mons that you have to only get at a certain point too. And as I think I mentioned slightly earlier before, yeah, Legends Arceus is probably the easiest game to shiny hunt in. Like, in that game, I've already got like two whole boxes full of shinies. And I think before I finished like playing that game, I was working on an alpha dex, like living dex. I finished the living dex of the regular mons and such, but I didn't have an alpha dex. Getting some of the alpha mons were just a bit too much, unfortunately, and I lost interest eventually. I found a lot of shinies in that game too, so another big thing I need to do is transfer mons there. I spent close to 80 hours in the first and second area filling the decks. It's so hard to keep going without the data. Don't worry, you'll get a chance to do that. I would recommend going and getting the going further in the story, because there are some mons you just won't get that easily until you get later ride Pokemon. So I do understand the sentiment, and you do technically have to get level 10 on everything in the Pokedex if you want to technically finish the game and get the shiny charm. But yeah, definitely consider, I guess, when you have time, going back to Legends. Because it is a good game. I know, for me at least, Fire Emblem is about to get its last part of its DLC, which is also crazy too. Fire Emblem only came out like a month or so ago, but they're already finished like their technical DLC. I don't know if they're going to add any more to the DLC, but they're like, yeah, this DLC pass, all done. Comes out in April 5th, and I was like, that's surprisingly fast. Though I did hear a rumor that what happened was that they actually were planning to release Fire Emblem Engage earlier in the year, but it got pushed back. So they were like, look, I think it was supposed to be the anniversary game for Fire Emblem, but they kept pushing it back, so they were just like, let's just, you know, push it back and just focus on finishing it completely, because we're not going to make it in time. And I feel like the funny thing is, it's a sort of like what Pokemon should have done, because Scarlet and Violet, as much as it's a great game, you got glitches up the wazoo, performance issues, bugs. Like, you know, it's bad when, like, even in like the combo, like they made a whole thing where they're like, oh, we made some of the moves not be like, you know, super flashy like they were in previous games, because we're going to have different surfaces, so we can't have things on flat surfaces. But like, Tatsugiri literally is clipping into the floor on a flat surface during competitive. Like, what excuse is that? It's literally a flat ground. You have literally little to no excuses on why that's happening. If you're so focused on getting all the mons to work on rigid surfaces, why is it that Tatsugiri and some other mons actually just clip through the floor that you were so inclined on getting correct? And then there's also, I guess, my biggest pet peeve is near Casafaro? No, not Casafaro. Port Marinada, where you do the auctioning and stuff like that. If you approach it from a certain angle, there's a part of the geometry in the ground that clips through the road there, the tiled road, and that bothers me to like no end as somebody who's like worked in my during my studies, worked a lot on game level design. To see such an obvious clip into the ground, which can easily be fixed with a simple brush tool sort of thing, it does suck. But like, that's another, it's just like, story-wise, I super enjoyed like Scarlet and Violet. I wouldn't have it any other way. I thoroughly enjoyed their stories. But yeah, it's being held back by like the worst performance we've seen in a while. Just glitches, bugs. It doesn't have home connectivity yet. Like, that's still a thing that's currently having an issue. Head on the sword, he hasn't used that much, so we'll just change the feet jump. We'll quickly go to slow smash, because I can see that it's having issues. Me landing the attack, so I think what I need to do is change it to slow smash so I can be a bit more accurate. I know I really enjoyed the Scarlet. Yeah, I really enjoyed those two games. The textures on the Pokemons is great, but now I'm scared of playing it because of the bugs and errors. I see. Thankfully, I know what bug you're you're worried about. Probably the big game save deleting one. But ever since it was announced with people freaking out about it, it's only affected less than 100 people. So you're more likely to win a lottery ticket than you are to get that bug at this current moment. I also fell for the bit of the fear-mongering, I'm not going to lie. I was a little cautious. But we did the Decidueye raid just the other day and didn't seem to have any ill effect. And I did go in and find those two definitely botted mons, the Zacian.net and Marchamp.com, like two shiny full IV mons that I got from from Wonder Trade, and I deleted, I released them, so just in case they cause any trouble down the line. But yeah. And apparently there's a thing called a backup save, which I didn't know. I learnt that rather recently, is that if you do get corrupted data or the game crashes on you, not the save data thing, it's a different type of corruption. I believe you can use a backup save, which, funnily enough, I didn't use, at all. And lost a bit of data when I was grinding up material for a TM. And the game forgave me by getting me the materials faster and finding a shiny Ghastly, so I was like, yeah, don't worry about the backup. But yeah. Right, as of now, if you haven't got the DLC yet, just probably hold off on it for now. Until, there is going to be a big bug fix, I believe, or an update coming this April, so got to jump. Now I'm gonna die. Oh well. But yeah. I think that's the only thing. My game crashed, I lost an hour of gameplay, but I used the backup and it was perfect. But I guess that I remember some people making that claim where they're like, okay, so they got a backup save thing. They're like, why do they have a backup save thing? This is the first time we've had a game that has the backup save thing. And it's almost like the company knew that was going to be an issue. But I don't think Brilliant, Diamond or Shining Pearl or Legends Arceus has the backup save. Yeah, got the DLC, I'm just waiting for an update. Yeah, pretty much. Another, I think, people were mentioning that the corruption thing was happening because of Vivillon, or going to a particular town. I think it's where the psychic gym leader is. Apparently some people were claiming there was some issues there. The game crashed frequently in that area. Not sure why that particular town, but... And I think if anyone's seen that post, I think in Cress's Discord about the massive casual skybox in Pokemon, which is the size of the sun, just, casually floating around. And then the ocean itself is just as massive. You can understand why the game has frame rate issues. Perhaps if we get more people to understand that issue of the massive skybox, Pokemon will eventually get rid of it. Because it is too big. Absurdly big. We don't need a skybox that massive. It just needs to cover Paldea. It doesn't need to cover 20 times more of Paldea that no one's gonna ever see. You know what I mean? This is why we optimize and clean our stuff when we're finished. When we're trying to, do level design. Very important. And it's just such a shame that that's a thing. How do you make a mistake that big? You know what I mean? Like, did no one check there's just a casually giant skybox in the game? It's kind of hard to miss, technically. And if people, like, on the internet were able to find said giant skybox, it's pretty easy to find, right? Yeah, I guess we'll just have to sit and wait and see what the update does. One of the things was, the problem was that one of the more recent updates, I think when the DLC dropped and was available for people to purchase, they literally said, oh, performance increase, you know, performance rate increase. And Lag Lake is still very laggy, even after said update. Like, did you not update that particular area, or was it, I guess it's still the issue with the massive ocean and skybox thing that's still present in the game as of now. Anyways, enough complaining about Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I guess it's just a waiting game on that. I guess the other thing I can think of that we can talk about is, well, I mean, March, April, May, June. So 4 months until, like, well, actually 3 months more, like, 3 months till when E3 technically is supposed to happen, but let's be real. E3 is dead at this point. I think it was either last year or the year before where they were just like, nobody showed up, so they're just like, okay. And I mean, with COVID is still a thing, so... we can't just have these huge events still. I just remembered something. Right now, as I'm training, I was like, wait, Mii Brawler has a spike, and I just totally forgot about it. Because Mii Brawler is really, you know, heavy. Or fast falls. So I wasn't confident to do a spike, but I should probably pay attention to that. E3 was fun for a while. I never really got the appeal of E3, in my opinion, besides, like, obviously getting Nintendo news, but, like, the actual, like, performances and stuff like that. Once, like, Nintendo started moving towards, like, doing the Nintendo Directs, I was like, wait a second, this is so much better, you know? There's no need to do these giant, big performances. I know that was one of the big complaints of, like, E3 was things took up too much room, like performances, tech issues. So, like, when Nintendo Direct started popping up and they're like, yeah, let's just video record everything ahead of time so we don't have to worry about any tech issues and we get the news that we want to straight away, sort of thing. Nice. That was a good back air on his part. Oops, I missed. But I'm assuming, like, this is the big assumption that a direct could happen. It's the same people who always, like, say there's going to be a direct in February sort of thing, but... oh, I got the spike, let's go. I really prefer digital events. Yeah, same. I can't stand live things, and also, like, I can't even go to those things. I feel like with a digital event, everybody can be there equally, sort of thing. I love the Mii's eyes are just wide eyes, like, oh gosh. But I remember back in high school where I would sit there patiently at 6:30 in the morning, earlier than I usually would get up, like even at 6 sort of thing. And I would just patiently wait for, like, to watch the Nintendo Direct or just E3 in general. I was always so excited for that because it happened usually on my birthday, so it was like a little birthday present for me. What level is he at? 26. A couple more matches when he's in 30 and that should be enough. And then we'll just have all three of them just do some leveling up together, and then we'll move on to Pokemon. Though we technically could just move on to Pokemon soon, once we get this guy up to level 30, because all I would need to do is just some little bits and tweaking and stuff like that, and then just level them up fully. But yeah, I guess Nintendo doesn't really have any big plans at the moment. Like, I know Tears of the Kingdom is like their biggest thing at the moment. And I don't blame them. We've been waiting for a couple of years for this. Oops. But I know some people have been saying how, like, Mario hasn't had a game recently. I mean, Mario and Rabbids are there, but, you know, it's a spin-off as opposed to a Mario game. I guess if you haven't played it, go give it a go. Both Kingdom Battle and Sparks of Hope are really fun XCOM-based games. And I'm excited to be able to play the DLC soon for that game. So I don't know when I'm going to play the DLC, because currently it's just a dungeon crawl, I believe, is what the DLC is. The Tower of Doom, as it's called. With like, what, eight O's? Very Doom-like. No, I went straight through him. Oh yeah, we haven't had any mainline Mario games for a little while, which is interesting. I feel like they pump those out very frequently, as much as I don't play them that much. But like, I think the most recent game they've had was a remake from the Wii U game, wasn't it? Not a remake, it was just a HD port. But they did add Bowser's Fury to it, so it wasn't one for one at least. Which is, I feel like that's what they should have done with Diamond and Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond. You know, have the main game, and then have something extra at the end, sort of thing. Ah, yes, that's a lovely hitbox. Goodness. I feel like that would have been the better option, you know. What are we at? Like, I would have loved if Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl had, like, connections to Legends Arceus somehow. I mean... I mean, you had the opportunity. I know we got the Azora Flute finally and stuff like that, but I feel like it would have been really cool to see, like, something related to that, but I can't remember which came out first or second. I think Legends Arceus came after Diamond and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Actually, I want to take a look at this. I'm curious myself. Shining Pearl, when did you come out, mister? You came out November 2021, and then Legends Arceus. Yeah, Legends Arceus came out after. After Shining and Brilliant Diamond. Which I feel like was, I don't know, they could have added something like just a little hint or anything like something interesting to like link up to that. I mean, one of the things was that there was a interestingly enough, I believe there's a library book in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl which tells you literally the hint that you need in order to do a particular legendary Pokemon's mission. So it's a bit of an obscure thing, but it's there. But yeah, let's see. Adaptation. Game award for best role-playing game was Legends Arceus. Meanwhile, Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond didn't get a single sort of nomination. I mean, it was a bit... Well, I couldn't say it was totally late. Some Monster Hunter music, nice. There'd be a Rathalos somewhere. Which is funny, because they claim this track is Rathalos, but it actually is also Verdant Hill's regular battle music. I know my me is going to be a bit weaker than the rest of them, considering, but because he's only level 29 compared to the level 37 and 38, but his learning's turned off, so he won't learn anything, but he'll start getting more defenses as he levels up. I like how some of the questions are like here is like, what's so special? What is special about Shining Pearl? Is Shining Pearl a good remake? And here's the thing where it says, if a good remake is defined by its loyalty to the original, then Diamond, Brilliant, and Shining are very good remakes indeed. They are Diamond and Pearl down to nearly every detail, looking nicer than ever before with a few small tweaks, most of which are pretty good. So I mean, yeah, I guess they're good remakes, but at the same time, there wasn't much added. I mean, the Underground, they added a lot of stuff to the Underground, I would say. But at the same time, I feel like they could have a little bit more. I don't know, it's weird. They did add stuff. Like, it's not totally unheard of that they didn't add stuff. Added a bunch of legendaries, but the thing is that you can easily get all these legendaries over in Sword and Shield DLC. And I guess it's, if you didn't buy the DLC for Sword and Shield, that would be the only reason you might get the legendaries there instead of in, obviously in, what's the word? Sword and Shield, because Sword and Shield definitely was a DLC. It is in the Crown Tundra that you can catch all the legendaries. Here's the problem though. You can shiny hunt said legendaries over in, what's the word? Let me try and look. Like, you can shiny hunt all the legendaries in Shield and Sword, the DLC. And not only that, it goes from all the way from Kanto all the way to Alola. And I guess another issue is that, what's the word? Whilst a lot of the shinies aren't shiny locked over in Shining and Brilliant, or BDSP we'll call it, the shiny charm doesn't even work in that game. It's actually bugged. It only works for Masuda method. It doesn't work for anything else. Which is the most garbage thing I've heard for, like, in quite a while. Like, what? Why would you make it that the shiny charm only works for that? And then they never fixed it. Like, they were like, yeah, that's kind of bad, but oh well. And then they just moved on with their life. And this is, like, one of the few games which doesn't have many shiny locks and stuff like that. Unlike things like Palkia, Dialga, Giratina, Arceus himself, all of them are not shiny locked. And you can easily get, you know, them as shiny versions of themselves. Whilst Sword and Shield, Zacian, Zamazenta, Eternatus, Calyrex, and the two horses, the Urshifus, they're all shiny locked. Like, Sword and Shield had a lot of shiny locks. And that's kind of sad. Like, the one game that doesn't have many shiny locks, except for, like, the Gift Mew and Jirachi, the shiny charm doesn't even work, so you'd have to go full odds. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Some people agree that it's a good thing. A lot of people agree that it was a bad move, and that Pokemon not fixing the shiny charm, like, they should have at least fixed the shiny charm, but they just didn't fix it, which was the most baffling decision I've seen in a while. They really did abandon Shining and Diamond. There's no other way to describe it. And I realized we went back to complaining about Pokemon again. God. Really have to stop complaining about it. I do love this series. It's just, right now, the company is making some really weird moves. BDS is the only game I haven't been able to get a shiny. Same, I haven't found a single shiny in that game, and I'm not inclined to go back. I wanted to shiny hunt Shaman, but then I found out that, yeah, the shiny charm doesn't work. So it made me a lot less, less interested in doing it. I'm like, why would I go there when... Also, I mean, Scarlet and Violet's shiny hunting is absurd. Like, the shiny charm and the shiny sandwiches together, just as well as the outbreaks. It's just so much easier to shiny hunt in them. Like, that's why there's just... And there's a bit of a bigger roster, I guess. Not biggest yet, but the fact that home's gonna be a thing, you know, says stuff. I think you can get the national... Can you get the national dex in Brilliant and Shining Pearl? I don't remember. Like, how many Pokemon can you transport into that game? I don't think they even really gave that as well. So, I don't know. There really isn't any reason to go back to Brilliant and Shining, unfortunately. Which is sad, to be honest. I don't think so, but you should. Oh, do the Shaman hunt. I would love to get Shaman. I don't even have Shaman as a court mon as well. Because I think... Was that another event quest, actually? I can't remember if the Shaman was an event quest. It was an event quest as well. Unless you can get the Oak's Letter. Yeah, Oak's Letter was also another event quest. So, if you didn't get it, you missed out on Shaman as well. So, Shaman and Darkrai were locked behind that. But, here's another kicker. If you have owned the games, I believe, you can get Darkrai and Shaman in Legends Arceus. Obviously, you can't shiny hunt those two, but you can just easily get them from those games instead. So, I mean, maybe the only way that those two event quests is the only way to get the shiny Darkrai and Shaman. Is to just do those games there. We'll go to Final Destination. I think we'll make this the last match. Let's see what their levels are like. Yeah. We'll make this the last match and then we'll move on to Pokemon. Play some positive Pokemon. No more of this complaining nonsense that I'm currently doing right now. I guess the big upside to Shaman is that you can just leave the area and go back to, and you don't have to like reset your game. So it's one of the easier shiny hunts in the game. Yeah, if I was to go and shiny hunt Shaman, it would have to be one of those like dedicated streams to it, where I'd need to find some way to keep you guys entertained. Because I don't think you want to hear the battle music go bidoo bidoo bidoo, run away, bidoo bidoo bidoo, just over and over again. I can tell you that drive me insane too. Wow, Isabel save linked there. He was totally gone. Yeah, they just... Oh, what happened there, down there? Oh, it's Isabel. Yeah, I wonder if there will be a big event over in, I wouldn't mind, I usually illustrate while I watch a stream. Yeah, that's what I did too during, Cress's stream the other day. I, stayed in the chat and just drew for the competition. And I gotta say, I did love the backgrounds that you've made for the, we got to see the new background, which is obviously in the Discord, but we also got to see, that battle form. That was really cool. I wish I could draw backgrounds just as well, but I'm not that good. Wow, Link just totally blocked Ness's recovery and recovered with it. Yeah, I love the arena. The arena's definitely a cute thing. I'd love to adjust my Twitch stream, but right now, because of the big character competition happening, it's been put on a hold for now. But yeah, I keep saying I need to update, and I don't update. It'll happen, hopefully. I think that's just the kind of area I'm stuck in with the thing that artists say, where they're like, "I'll get it done, I promise," and then they just like don't. What? What happened there? Did you see how the Mii Brawler went flying to the right? Like, Rosalina made sense falling off the stage. The Mii Brawler did not make sense. Alright. Anyways, they all look to be good levels. We will hold it for there. Eventually, yeah. Being artist is hard. Because sometimes you'll draw something for ages and you're just like, it just is not working. And you're like, God, please. Like, I think when I was doing the character comp, I spent an hour drawing shoes, and I left my room after a while. I was like, God, I hate shoes. Just, I don't like wearing shoes as well. Never been able to draw a wing, and it's been hours. Yeah, sometimes you just get stuck at the most mundane thing. You're like, why is this not working? Anyways, there's something I need to test as well. I know Cress is... Hey guys, we're back with our hopefully final Amiibo training time. Because next week will be the tournament. But that's sort of beside the point. I guess we have 3 Amiibos to be training today. And then we'll continue with our Silver Nuzlocke. Though, I do understand things are going to be a bit weird from now on. Because Daylight Saving just hit yesterday, essentially. And because of that, time is all out of whack, so I think we're now an hour ahead or back. So I forgot to turn my alarm or change my alarm to daylight savings, and it was like, oh, it's 9 o'clock, and I was like, wait, it's 9 o'clock, and it's like, no, it's 8 o'clock. I was like, oh god. I thought I slept in a bit too long. I did accidentally fall back asleep because I was pretty tired yesterday. But because of that, I'm starting to consider, like, oh, maybe I should try and start streaming an hour early. Just so that it's not too late for other people, because it is going to get to that point where it's going to be a bit late. And I think, for the other people in the world, because I think daylight saving also affects them as well, so I'm not sure exactly how badly it affects them, but I feel like it's going to be a lot later for them, and I know a lot of people do tend to stay up late for the streams that I think the Alchemist server does, as well as, I guess, myself. So it's kind of understandable. It's going to be a little hard for people to stay around for as long. So I probably will have to start early if I'm going to stream for the length of time that I usually do. Yeah, I guess that's something we'll have to consider. Alrighty, so I actually have the Kazuya, Sephiroth, and a Dark Pit amiibo here. I'm thinking I'll start with Dark Pit simply because it's my main, so I know what I'm doing. The other two I'm not so familiar with, which is going to be a little worrying, especially Kazuya. At least with Sephiroth, it's just the normal buttons like any other character, but like Kazuya's got like so many different moves and all sorts of cool. A part of me was like considering, I was like, maybe I should just train him with the level 9 CPU. Because obviously the level 9 CPU knows what it's doing. But the problem is that, I mean, a level 1 amiibo doesn't do anything. It just sort of sits there because it doesn't know what it's supposed to do. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Hey Duck, good to see you. I was just talking about how daylight savings is going to be a thing, and I've been considering starting my streams just a little bit earlier in order to compensate for some people, because I do not know what time of the day it is on the other side of the world, but it gets late for some people.
3, 2, 1, go!
I want to get the spike so bad. There we go. Still can recover. Okay. Gotta love good recovery. I don't want to constantly kill with forward smash because that'll be the only thing he'll use to KO. Start again. More amiibo training? Yes, and this will be the final set of amiibos training, actually. There's only 3 more until my tournament that I'll be hosting tomorrow. Not tomorrow, what am I talking about? Next week. And then we will continue our Pokemon Silver Nuzlocke after we get these guys trained up. And that's essentially the idea.
Looks like I'm the last man standing.
This is going to be somewhat easier to train, I just realized, simply because this is my main, so I know what I'm doing. But yeah, I've trained quite a few amiibos over the past few weeks, so it'll be nice to, as much as I do enjoy playing Smash, it's probably time to, like, give it a break once the tournament happens. I'll have to set up my webcam for that. And before you say, oh, we're going to see a face reveal, no, the webcam's for my amiibos, not for me. Can't even spike him unless he's at high enough percent. What is he doing? I have no idea what that was all about. Yeah, I know for a fact the Alchemist also is hosting character creation results today. I am, unfortunately, not going to be able to see them, but... Just... I can't spike him! Go down. There we go, that's what we wanted. Just needed to be a high enough percent. Ah, my grab is so useless. Last night I couldn't sleep, I was excited to make the Lampet. I think I did see that, I did see, the, Lampet. How far have you gotten since then? If you, have, made any more progress. You can recover so much. I'm gonna see if I can get electric. Okay. Try that again. Have you, I think all that's left from what I know is, off the top of my head about Lampet, is the arms, wasn't it? That need to be done. How are you gonna do the arms? I'm curious, because I know... Well, I guess it depends. If I remember rightly, Lampet occasionally can move. It can move its arms, so it probably would have one arm up, one arm down. You could put wire, but I don't know if you do wiring in your yarn creations. So I gotta say, I was a big fan of you using that plastic orb for your Lampet. It looked really nice, Duck. So we only need to get him up to level 30-ish, and then we can move on to, Hey, grab me first. What the heck? We can move on to, the other two Amiibos, which... It's gonna be interesting to train them, because, what, they're DLC? Getting distracted by the music. Need to put the eyes on, arms, and yes, I do put wire them. Well, regardless, I'm looking forward to when you finish it. Are you considering doing Chandelure? I'm just curious. Ah. Yes, I am. I would like to do the line. Well, good luck with that. I mean, I guess if you ever get bored, you could always make a shiny one. Because, thankfully, the Litwick line has a really nice shiny. And it's not like it's absurd colorings or anything like that. It's just blue flames and then orange. Ah, missed that. Did not have the wall. I looked. Ah. Well, at least I know he's doing down here. Ah, I almost got him.
Can't help but feel sorry for you.
Ready. I know you've made Litwick and I guess you're making Lampet. Have you made any other Pokemon off the top of your head that you remember? Or if you have any particular ones that you liked the most? Because I do have the yarn worm that you gave me, which was such a nice gift, I gotta say. Why can't I spike? Ah. we should use up smash. And I'm also excited to when you made that yarnworm that I've made it into a new character, so it's all great. Since I guess in the Alchemist's Discord server, we're currently having a Terry week based off a character that Redback came up with and I ended up creating, which has been great. Just watching people not know what's going on. Whoop. Done Oddish and I've felled him. Guess they are quite simple in design. Oddish is a nice one. Ow! That didn't go well for me. Power of 69 compels him. There you go. Didn't want to risk that. Thank you for that. No worries. But yeah, it's always funny to like always talk about Terry from time to time because people are like, what is Terry? Oh, it's just a character that Red made one time in Quiplash, and then BL was watching the stream at the time, and I was just completely what was I? I think I was really sleep deprived at the time I was watching.
Sorry for you.
I can't remember why I was sleep deprived, if it was because I came back from work or if it was just a tired sort of day. And I think I was sitting there just drinking a coffee and just lazily watching the stream. And they made a joke about, I think it was a joke related to Sonic the Hedgehog because I think that's what the question was about. And after Red ended up creating Terry the Tapeworm as a joke for the Quiplash thing, I don't know, some neuron in my brain was like, you know what, you should try and draw that. And I was like, you know what, brain, you're right. I should try and draw that. Give me like 15 minutes. I went into like Photoshop, spent literally 15 minutes, no more than that, slapped something together, and I was like, hey guys, what do you think of this? I think I sent it to Cress, or the Alchemist. And apparently it just became a thing that everyone loved, and now he's a strange cryptid that's in the Discord, which I'm glad that he is a thing.
2, 1, go!
Bounced on my head. Okay. Making Beldum was not easy to make. Oh yeah? Interesting. I would have felt like it was... Oh, I guess... Beldum is sort of like got all sorts of like very jagged edges because it's a steel type A. I can understand why that. Yeah, and I've heard that you have been making a couple more Terrys. Or as I affectionately call them, Yeri. Or Yarn Terry. Ah. Whoops, that's the wrong B move. I was trying to go for side B. Like down B instead. There we go, that's what I want to do. I don't think I think at some point in my household my grandmother was doing a bit of yarn sort of making, but I never really got into it. I think I couldn't really understand how it worked. I did in the past though make Scooby-Doo strings. I don't know if anyone really remembers that. Wow, he spiked me right there at the ledge. So, in primary school, yeah, when I was in primary school in the old days, there was a trend that was going around where basically you got plastic strings and you would basically weave them together to make these little dangly things, I guess. I don't know how to describe them. They were often like,
Feel sorry for you.
you can make them into little fish shapes, but essentially it was like a more complex braiding sort of technique. You could make circular ones that looked a bit like DNA, square ones was the most common one, and you just sort of weave them together, and then you would just maybe hang them on a keyring and put them on your bag. They were all the rage back when I was in primary school. I think I still do have a bunch of those strings. I should make one of those just for old time's sake and see if I can still do it. I used to be, I think I used to be decently good. I could make the fish one pretty easily. That was a really simple one, but you could actually make more complex ones. I had a book on how to make more complex things. I don't know what its official name is though. We used to just call them Scooby-Doo strings, but that's probably not what it is. Oh, they're just called Scooby strings. Oh man, looking at these really nostalgic. Oh, it's Scooby-Doo. That's why we call them Scooby-Doo. Because it's like spelt differently. Interesting, I didn't know that. I'm learning stuff from my past. Yeah, we used to, if you're curious of what I'm talking about, just look up Scooby strings, like spell it like obviously the character. And yeah, it was a really big thing back when I was in primary school. I wasn't terribly good at it. I could make like the really regular ones, but I wouldn't say I was bad at it. It's just that if it went any more complicated than like 3 or 4 strings, that was probably my limit. Made them, but in high school. Oh yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
I actually used to enjoy them quite a bit. I made a heap of them. But it also makes me feel slightly old thinking about it because obviously high school, they weren't such a thing. I don't remember where it sort of dropped off for me. But I think, yeah, when primary school ended, that was like the drop-off point. What is this music? Guess it is from Kingdom Hearts. It sounds really dramatic for what it is. Yes, kill. No. Also, I guess for anyone who's in the chat, what time is it for you guys? Because I've been considering, I think I was mentioning it at the beginning of the stream when no one was here, but I was considering maybe starting stream a little bit earlier. I know it was an issue, it's because of daylight savings essentially. Oh, far out. He dropped so low. How was I supposed to do anything? There we go. I know for some people it gets quite late when I'm somewhat in the stream. So I have been considering maybe getting up a little bit earlier or just... I usually get up at an earlier time and I'm usually just chilling until about 10:30 AM. Or at least Australian time. That's when I normally start. But with daylight savings, it's technically 11:30 that I'm starting. If you don't consider daylight savings, so it's like almost an hour later for like anybody who is watching the stream. Wow, the timing with the music, nice. Ah, just ran straight into that. Kidding me? Somehow I recovered and he didn't. Okay. Gotta love how sometimes amiibos will just completely mess up their recovery, and you're just like, how did you mess that up so badly? Like, what is he doing? Come on. Need you to fight me. Oh, I guess also for people who may have sort of, because I know a couple of people have joined recently in following me, and to that I say thank you so much. But in terms of the stream avatars, if you are following, you should be able to accumulate points. And with the accumulated points, you can get yourself more Tammers. I've been thinking about upgrading my stream avatars, but I just haven't had the time. I've been doing a lot of drawing, especially with, you know, the competition at hand and whatnot. And I really wished I could see it, but I believe it got delayed. It was supposed to be on Sunday, but it got delayed. So, The Alchemist is having it happen today during their stream, which unfortunately starts while I'm streaming, so I won't get to see the results, which is a little sad, but I can always either check the VOD or they'll probably announce who the winner is. So I do wish good luck to everyone who is participating in it, because obviously everyone put, I think it's 6 entries, all 6 people like obviously put time and effort into it, so. But I guess the benefit is that the character doesn't have a name. I think that was something that the competition didn't have any name for the character. So technically this character can just be renamed as something else. You can just put it somewhere else. You can see he's doing a lot of down airs, which I don't mind. If it's better than just falling into falling off the edge, because I know some of my amiibos have this tendency to just not do anything when. Or the parry. I want to see if I can kill him with a throw. There we go. That might encourage him to use forward throw a little bit more. Or he went for it. He didn't get the spike though, because I'm not that good at the spike. Honestly, I wish I could teach him to spike perfectly, but that's not how it is sometimes. I could play this on slow mode so I can get the spike properly, but it just happens to be that both the pits don't have a very good spike, which is really sad. I wish we had a better spike. Whoa. I heard the sound of a footstool, but there we go. Ow! Goodness. Keeps clipping me with neutral air, I think? He's hitting me with something, so I'm not able to get my attacks out. Just just hits me just a bit earlier or just at the same time. Oh, the parry.
Can't help but feel sorry for you.
Whew. We're at level 25, so I might just check his stats at the moment. Hopefully we got what we wanted. Yes. Because usually you want to have aggressive or offensive amiibos. Because they're more likely to go and chase their opponent. And you want them to chase their opponent and just, you know, keep the pressure up. Alrighty, Sephiroth or Kazuya? I'll probably do Kazuya last, I guess, so we'll do Sephiroth. I don't remember if I've named him or anything like that, we'll see. I have not, actually. Okay. Well, I don't really have a good nickname for him at the moment. I'll have to come up with a name later. I'm just reminded of just like Pokemon X. I was like, I'll just put AZ, and I was like, oh yeah, right. There's a character in Pokemon X and Y that's called that. Alright, what outfit? Cool, I've always liked... Man, Sephiroth and Cloud do not get great alternate costumes. Like, there's barely any change. I assume that's supposed to be like a bluish one, a green one, a red one, a silver one. Oh no, that might be blue. That might be purple. Then obviously the two shirtless forms, which you can't even tell the difference between them because it's a pant change. I think I'm liking this one, the silvery one. Alrighty. The sword is so big you can't even see the top of it. Okay.
Start battle. Sephiroth.
Alright, so my knowledge on Sephiroth is like, it's not bad, but if you ask me to do back air well enough, that's not happening.
1, go!
Okay, that's a slide. Are you kidding me? I can just poke him from like... That is absurd length. Okay. That doesn't have as much range as I thought it would, the neutral air. Back air is pretty good at killing, so... Oh, I forgot I don't have multi-jumps. Ow! Goodness. Not bad? Question mark?
Sephiroth win.
God, the victory screen is great though. Just the amount of fan service for this particular character. Part of me is, it looked good, yeah. It certainly does. Just like the amount of stuff that came over when Sephiroth got added is just insane. Like, we all freaked out when Cloud showed up. Well, at least all the
Sephiroth.
Final Fantasy people. But Cloud didn't really come with too much. Like, sure, he did come with a bunch of stuff, like his stage, and like obviously his entire gimmicks and stuff like that. But he basically was like had no extra stages or anything like that. Music was always the biggest thing. Because Square, for some reason, just doesn't like people listening to their music. I don't. Okay. So when Sephiroth eventually came in, I remember everyone making the joke like, oh, we're finally going to get more music for Final Fantasy. Because, they only had 2 tracks and now we have like, what, 10 maybe? I have no idea what this Amiibo is doing sometimes with his recovery. I mean, I get he's at level 6, but he should at least have some sort of better grasp at his recovery. But like, he comes with his own unique, obviously victory music and gimmick to the victory screen, being the fire. Came with music, came with Mii costumes, a new stage, which is like a huge part of like the lore of Final Fantasy VII. He also came with that boss challenge. Does anyone remember about the boss challenge thing that they had for Sephiroth when he got announced? Where it was like, oh, he's available at this time, but if you beat him in a boss battle thing, you get him slightly early. Which was such a, like, crazy, like, thing. But it was also great in its own way. Somehow it feels like sometimes the sword doesn't hit properly. I don't know if it's me. Okay, you all saw that. You saw him just literally plummet. Like, we're not gonna lie on that one. You all saw him just literally just plummet to into the blast zone. Like, what on earth is he doing? Amiibos and their inability to think at early levels. Okay, so like, if I remember rightly, the edge of the sword is where it actually affects.
Start battle. Sephiroth.
I wonder if it's just me or it feels like they're not leveling up as fast, but I guess it's because we're in early stage, so if you defeat them really quickly, they tend not to level up that fast.
2, 1, go!
Almost busted his shield. Oh, whoops. I thought I had a jump. Apparently I did not. Okay. He'll eventually get it soon. He's recovering. Could be just the AI itself, because I know some AI for the Amiibos aren't terribly smart. There's just a small chance that his AI might not be that great. Oops, I'm facing the wrong way. There we go. Nice.
Sephiroth win.
Alrighty.
Start battle. Sephiroth.
Looks like it stopped raining outside.
3, 2, 1,
All yesterday was essentially raining for us over here in Oz, or at least in my area. Which I don't mind it being raining, because like we've had quite a few hot days and my plants really needed the rain, but it was pretty torrential. Like I basically woke up to the sound of rain, which I haven't heard for a while. Didn't we just get this song and this stage previously? Ow. I forgot it's not a reflector. Okay. 24 for me, and it's going to rain today. Yay. Oh yeah. I think we've had a bit of rain on and off today, but it looks like the skies eventually has cleared up mostly, which is good, because honestly, too much rain is not terribly great. You do want rain, but like you don't want rain to the point where like your plants start to drown.
start battle.
And as much as my dog is totally okay with it raining, ironically, because he's a lap dog, so he'd rather like sleep constantly. Like he was ready to go to come upstairs, because I usually have him sit with me while I'm streaming, so he knows where I am. And he also likes sitting on my bed because it's comfy. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. I air dodged. I forgot that I can't get away with that. This character. He may have a better recovery than Cloud, but not by much. So yeah, my doggo was pretty keen on rain. My cat likes rain. Yeah. Some people just like rainy days. I prefer rainy days, or more cloudy days as opposed to rainy days. if it's too bright outside and I can't see anything. So I prefer it to be cloudy. That's exactly what I was not expecting, but I guess we'll have to pick those. I was sort of like, I realized I wasn't talking too much because I just went into some sort of focus mode. Unfortunately, when fighting amiibos, I kind of have to focus a little bit more than I would if I was just playing Pokemon. That's okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Duck. Sometimes I'm just like, I just worry that I'll get to a point where I just go completely silent. You know, do the whole thing where you just go silent, lean 20 degrees in your seat, go into gamer mode. Trying to like, figure out what's happening.
3, 2,
Ah, Pokemon.
1, go!
Ah, I guess speaking of Pokemon, I have actually officially started my living dex in Pokemon Home, which I'm so glad there's now like this guide that somebody came up with, which makes it so much easier to organize all the mons. So I went back into essentially I went back into Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. What's that? Okay, so I'll do my best to explain what a living dex is. So, are you familiar? How much do you know of Pokemon, Duck? You know how like there's a Pokedex and stuff like that, which records all the Pokemon and such like that. So a living dex is essentially you organize. You basically get every single Pokemon in the dex and put them in order. So we'll just use Kanto for an example. So a living dex would require you to have a Bulbasaur, an Ivysaur, and a Venusaur in that order, and then continue down the line until you get to Mew, essentially. I did something similar in Pokemon Violet, where I got every Pokemon that you could possibly catch in that game, and put them in order of their Pokedex entry. So, and I was very, proud by me doing that. I was like, man, this took a little bit of effort. Like, some of the mons are not easy to get, sort of thing. So I was like, oh, okay. And recently, a YouTuber by the name of Austin John's Play, I believe that's what he's called. He recently made a huge sort of video covering like this big Google Sheets sort of thing that allows you to organize a living dex, a final form dex, stuff like that. Okay, that is cool. I didn't think I could do that, but good luck with that. Yeah, the big thing about this one is that unlike, let's say Pokemon Violet, which I believe the number got up to about 300 Pokemon in that living dex, Pokemon Home is a bit more unique because it spans every single generation. So, technically a living dex of Pokemon Home is over 1,000 Pokemon. And this is obviously if you just do a regular light living dex. A full living dex also could include different forms, such as, for example, how Minior, Furfuro have different colors that obviously don't change much, but they visibly have a difference, sort of thing. And then a final, like a huge living dex, like the full dex thing, that also includes gender differences and the more unique form changes. Because there are some really, really obscure form changes, like how Pikachu actually has a bunch of cap forms. I believe it was in Ultra Sun and Moon. They added that Pikachu, you could get a Pikachu which had every single cap that Ash Ketchum wore for each of the regions, because he changed his cap for each region. So that's also part of the dex, I guess, if you want to add that too. So I don't know if I'll do genders yet, but it's something I have been considering. Well, there I go. I was facing the wrong way. Doesn't matter, up smash is big. I think we'll leave him at that, at 21. I don't know what we put my other amiibo at, but we can always have them all verse each other to try and fill out their levels, and then we'll go over their one last training for each of them, and then I can put them away till after the stream. Ooh, that's not good. Enthusiastic. That's not what we want. We kind of want aggressive as opposed to enthusiastic, so what we might do is go into slow smash and try and get that aggressive nature. Or offensive nature. Basically, we need to constantly be hitting the amiibo, and that's not happening because I have very bad aim with Sephiroth. But I do want to get this done rather quickly, because there's obviously the fact that daylight savings is causing time issues, and also we have the Silver Nuzlocke to keep going through. And I think that's the more important thing to do in this run of the stream, as opposed to training the amiibos. Because we've only just hit the 4th gym of Pokemon Silver.
3, 2, 1, go!
And we have to get through Kanto as well, so there's a lot we need to do. Wow, forward air is not great. But yeah, I guess talking about how I went back in or started my living decks. I also discovered I actually didn't play Let's Go that long. It was only like a couple of hours compared to, like, obviously Violet and even Legends Arceus. And I also did a living dex, I think, in Legends Arceus too. But when I started moving Mons over from Let's Go, I realized I didn't even have all the Pokemon from Let's Go, which I was like, wait a second, I don't have them all. Like, I only had Moltres. I didn't even have, like, Articuno or Zapdos or even Mewtwo, and I was like, how do I not have these Mons, you know? Like, when did I stop playing this game? It's been so long I couldn't remember, essentially. And I was like, oh, I transferred most of the Mons already. So any of my strong team Mons are all moved over, but I can easily just move them back, I guess, if I need them to Because I will need them to fight the legendary birds. I don't think the partner Eevee alone will be able to deal with like Mewtwo and Articuno and Zapdos, but I need to get those done so I can put them in the living decks, so it's not just Moltres left. Because that's all I have in the living decks at the moment. My Brilliant Diamond was in a... not Brilliant Diamond, my Shining Pearl was in a similar state where I didn't have many boxes filled. And I was like, oh, actually I didn't catch as many, but it was because I was doing a mono grass run, which I did stream on this channel ages ago, but I didn't save it. It was actually a decently tough challenge, I gotta say, doing the mono grass run. Because in, I guess, Diamond and Pearl, there's literally only 6 grass types in the game. Like, that are, you know, fully evolved and whatnot. Which is kind of absurd when you think about it. But we got it done in the end, but I think we were like, only had 4 mons to work with for the longest time, which was our starter, Cherrim, Wormadam, and Roselia. We couldn't even evolve to Roserade for like the longest time either. We didn't get like... we didn't get our Carnivine until like ages, because Carnivine is only in the Safari Zone, so makes it a little difficult because it's a time-based thing. You're not guaranteed to get it. I was thankfully lucky that when I think when I was going for Carnivine, it only took me like maybe 3 or so visits to the Safari Zone off stream for it to eventually show up. And then Abomasnow, which was our final member, I think. I'm trying to remember everyone on the team. But I think I got all of them. Wormadam, Cherrim, Torterra, Roserade, Carnivine, and then Abomasnow. We didn't even get Abomasnow until like, what? After the 7th gym sort of thing? Or like just before the 7th gym. So Abomasnow was just as late. I don't know why he's spamming B, but I'm not gonna let him do that. But I felt like I caught a lot more Pokemon in, I guess, Shining Pearl. But no, I don't have Palkia, and I obviously have the ticket for Shaman and Darkrai, and also the flute for Arceus. So I can easily go for them, and then just put them into my living decks. Which is a bit of a shame for some people, because I guess the Darkrai and the Shaman event, they were mystery gifts. I mean, they're not totally... it's not like a, oh, you can't get these Pokemon anymore. Because if you did buy Shining Pearl, you bought Legends Arceus, and then Shining Pearl, and I think Sword and Shield, maybe. Those Pokemon appeared in a special quest line that only shows up in Legends Arceus if you've connected the other 2 games at some point. Still enthusiastic. Huh. Well, I guess we'll have to leave it there. for now. Yeah, I'll have to start transferring Pokemon up from older games as well. Like games I'm not touching anymore because I did a Nuzlocke on them, and I think I'm gonna just start transferring things up to them. It's going to take a while because I have to go from like getting them into like a DS game and then getting them into Pokemon Bank, and then from Bank over to home. So it's a bit of a trek, to say the least. I think I haven't named you either. But I think I remember what I wanted to name you. And before stream, I actually was going through, I think the black one. Black pants. God, this is gonna be horrible to do. I don't know how to play fighting game characters. But, I did Let's Go Eevee and Shining Pearl and a couple of Pokemon from Pokemon Go. I transferred them into Pokemon Home. So now all I have to do is do Sword and Shield and see if I can transfer some stuff over. Though it's going to be an odd one to do, Sword and Shield, because Sword and Shield had this thing where they had a DLC. And in said DLC, for both of them actually, they had it where you had to sort of choose what your, what's the word? I guess what your legendaries were. How do I do this? Okay, that all works, I guess. I don't know how I did that. I know that one was like called Electric God, Wind God Fist or something like that. Something cool. But like, I did it and I don't know how I did it, you know? Okay. Woo, I did something. That entire fight's just me flailing. I'm like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. Alright, let's try with platforms. So I'm gonna say that shield break was pretty great. I'm not sure how well you can teach Amiibos to deal with shield breaks. They seem to be relatively smart at higher levels with what to do with shield, I guess, shield breaks. That's so much damage, gosh. Just like, the characters feel like they're getting vaporized off the screen. Oh. Platform thing is not fun. Ow. know how bull Kazuya is because, what was it? Yesterday we had some Smash plays, and I know. Oh, what the heck? Just phased through him. Okay.
Kazuya Mishima wins.
But I know one of one of the people on our Discord, Knuckle Sandwich, or Nux as I call him, he tends to use two characters. He can use a couple different characters, but he uses Kazuya and Minmin. And goodness gracious, sometimes it is hard to deal with that. Especially with my character.
3, 2, 1, go!
Akalos, good to see you. Let's see, here we're playing Tekken. I'm not really good at Tekken, I've never played Tekken before. Feels weird. I think this is... I don't know why that happened. I was trying to do a smash attack and for some reason I did a different attack. But it's good to see you. Ah! Oh, far out. That's what I wanted to do. You're gonna try Tekken 8? I don't know, man. I don't think I have a good handle on this Tekken business. I don't think I've played a Tekken game.
Kazuya Mishima wins.
It's kind of strange because I'm pretty sure I didn't really know much about Tekken, like, at all. Even, I think I may have heard inklings of it when 7 came out. I was like, oh, Tekken. Interesting, I've heard this name, like, thrown around whenever they talk about fighting games, but I'm not big in fighting games at all. Like, the only fighting game I've played is literally Smash. So, I was like, oh, okay, so there's this game called Tekken, right, and I guess it got a game recently or something like that? And it was just making its rounds and stuff like that. And then, I guess when Smash was like, oh, we're adding Kazuya, I was like, okay, so this Kazuya guy is from Tekken. I know who Heihachi is because everybody and their mother can't stop talking about Heihachi being in Smash. I remember that being a thing. Give me go. Sorry, I couldn't get over the staggered dance he was doing. The main storyline is wild, but I love the fighting animations. I think that's something that a lot of fighting games nowadays do pretty well. The whole animations is always important. Like, even Smash has some really great animations. Wait. I was wondering what that sound was, and it was from the platform. But yeah, I didn't know much about Tekken, and I think I did take a gander at Tekken. I was just like, okay, I'll take a look and see. And then I was like, okay, I guess no one's gonna give me any explanation about why there's a kangaroo and a panda, but I guess we'll just... There are some things, you know, best left unanswered, as they say.
Kazuya Mishima.
I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know when I saw it, but I did see a thing where there was a victory animation where, like, the entire Mishima family gets, like, strapped to a rocket sent into space. And I was like, What? It's one of those games that, like, how do I describe it? It's like, you know, where it's like takes things very, very seriously, and then you turn your head like slightly 30 degrees to the left, and you just see something, the most absurd thing happening, and everyone plays it off as, you know, that's totally normal, and you're like, no guys, that's not normal. What is that happening over there? And they're like, no, don't worry, just focus on the important things, and you're like, we're just going to ignore that. I feel like there's another game that does that. Or another series. I'm trying to think. Off the top of my head. There's a series where it's like, they play everything super serious sort of thing. But like, they play it super seriously despite the absurdity of the situation. Is it Ace Attorney? Ace Attorney's, I feel like, one of those games, you know? Where Ace Attorney's like... I mean, it's literally a game about, like, you helping people not be accused falsely of a crime, essentially. There's murder. Most of the time. Someone has died, like, every single trial, essentially. And yet, like... you have a lawyer literally yelling objection super loudly and pointing his fingers, and like in the anime they made it where it's like got even like their own wind attacks.
Wins.
And like it's supposed to be super serious, but like just the writing is just so comical at times, and sometimes even like how the murders take place, you're just like, oh okay. The other one I can think of is Devil May Cry 5, when one of the main characters defeats a boss, he just starts dancing for some reason. What are you talking about? Kirby does the same thing too. Kirby beats a boss, victory dance. So not too absurd. Sometimes you just want to dance after you beat your enemy. Can you imagine that being a thing where... Gosh, I wish... I know, because I play D&D, maybe when I make my new character, if we ever win a battle, I'll do a victory dance after every victory. I do remember in Devil May Cry when it first came out, there's like this whole scene where Dante like is given a hat of some sort, and his reaction is to immediately dance. It only happens at one time in the whole series. Dang, if only it happened more often, you know, like Kirby where he dances after every boss battle. Which is funny because oh, it's that part. Nice. It's great, honestly. I thought it was pretty funny. And it just, I don't know, as much as I don't know much about Dante as a character, but I do know, like, little bits and pieces, like that one time he was, like, in some sort of, like, bar, and he was like, you know what I should do? I should just start fighting. And his reaction to fighting is literally, like, using a pool table balls and spinning around on the ground and shooting guns and hitting the pool table balls. Or pool balls, I think they're called. That was great, and that one time he rode a motorcycle up a cliff, and I was like, you know what? Perfect. He knows he has all these incredible abilities, and he's going to use them for as much bullshit as he can. But, before I got distracted a little bit, there is actually a funny thing about the Kirby dancing thing. Kirby always dances after the end of every boss battle, and it's actually used in great effect in Forgotten Land. When you fight a particular boss in Forgotten Land, Kirby does his victory dance, and he's, you know, excited for the victory at hand, sort of thing. And as he's doing that, the boss gets back up from behind him and captures his body. Like, after Kirby's like finished posing for the dance, the boss actually gets up behind the scenes and then nabs his body. And I thought that was great. It was like a sort of, you know, when you break that sort of fourth wall effect. Let's see. I might want to try some slow smash real quick with Kazuya. Yeah, got enthusiastic on him too. I was hoping for aggressive. Got aggressive with... I guess it's because I don't go off stage very much with these two, because I'm not too sure how to do it. I mean, how much can you get off stage with Kazuya? I'm not sure. He does have a decent up air to get out of a situation, but man falls quite fast. His amiibo is also spiky. His hair is really spiky. It's like a single point. But yeah, like looking at the amiibos of like all the ultimate amiibos, essentially just from like what, from Inkling all the way to Kazuya. Because we haven't got Pyra, Mithra, or Sora. Like the jump in quality is definitely evident in a lot of these newer amiibos.
Kazuya. Kazuya.
Oh man, but I'm gonna have to get a cardboard box and move all my amiibos upstairs. It's gonna take a long time for sure. I'm hoping, it's like a part of me is hoping that it's a little easier to do this, but at the same time, it gets a bit difficult. I know I'm gonna die, but I just wanted to like see how far I could go down. Not far. Tekken soundtrack is so good. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? We should probably like fight on all these stages, on the Tekken ones. Like, some of the tracks, when I first listened to the Smash, just were really good. I mean, fighting game... I guess fighting game soundtracks would fit Smash the best, so they're just like, yo. How many Tekken songs did we get? I think we got, like, a good chunk, if I remember. And then there's, like, what? King of Fighter, where they just... They gave us like 50 tracks. Street Fighter has a good chunk of tracks too, if I remember rightly. But yeah, it's crazy now if you think about it. Tekken, Street Fighter, and King of Fighter, apparently, which are all very, very big in the fighting game genre, all have an entry here in Smash. No, my fist is too short.
Kazuya Mishima wins.
It's honestly impressive he can move around in this. Yeah, like... Yeah, we got like, look at this, we got a whole bunch of songs. And then they got this song, which is hilarious in and of itself. And, what is it, the regular stage for the Tekken stage? I think it's probably one of my, personal favorites out of all the DLC stages. I don't know, it's just so aesthetically pleasing. Lasers. Same brain. Guess this is his theme song too, so somehow the slow music with the slow gameplay sort of works. Isn't this the track we heard when we saw the trailer for Kazuya? I can't remember. I was trying to smash attack, but then again, I guess my stick was like, no smash attack for you. Now I got smash attack. Goodness. Yeah, this stage is really pretty. Like, just... I'm a sucker for Japanese aesthetics, and just having this Japanese aesthetic in the moonlight in the background is just so good. Ow. I know Electric Wind God Fist is really good, but I don't know how to do it consistently. God, I love that boot attack. It's so it's so dumb.
Kazuya Mishima wins.
And the angle it launches you, like for most characters, getting hit by that boot at edge is essentially a death sentence. Like, if you don't have a good recovery, you just won't make it back. What level is he at? 18. What time is it? It's about 1.5. So what I might do, get him up to 20, and then I'll put the amiibos away, and because I can train them off stage.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, this is another good track. I like this one, if I remember rightly. Ow. Yeah, because the time zone thing, I'm going to try and start the Silver Nuzlocke as soon as possible, because that's the main part of the show, essentially. Not the amiibos. The amiibos will have their own whole time next week, which I'll be running the tournament. It's a shame I don't know how to do any bidding of any kind. It'd be such a cool thing to have people bid on them, but unfortunately I don't think my crowd is as big enough to do any of that sort of stuff yet. One day. Ah, my kidney. Okay. That will do.
Kazuya Mishima wins.
That's how you do it. Oh, he didn't go up to 20 that round. I guess we'll do one more. Let's do it on normal. Ishiba Dojo.
Start battle. Kazuya. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, I was looking at the wrong Kazuya. But yeah, you can see Heihachi just sitting there in the foreground. I think Sakurai mentioned how, like, on one of the floorboards, you can see a message, like, scrolled in. Oh, this stage is so great. Just be falling apart a bit. I guess the lack of edges also makes this a bit more interesting. Oh, I went straight past him. Oh boy. There we go. Isn't it that, like, Heihachi doesn't have any sort of devil gene in him or anything like that? That's my very basic knowledge of Tekken, is that there'd be demon powers happening. Or devil powers. But I'm pretty sure Heihachi's been thrown into a volcano at some point in the series. I'm just like... And also, like, just the absurdity that is, like... a lot of the Tekken finishes. Maybe they're just built different in their world.
Kazuya Mishima wins.
Alright, let's see if we have gotten the stat we're after. Threw his son off a cliff, then the son throws him off a volcano. You know, you gotta one-up your old man. And somehow, like, he's still okay. Still disgusting. I'll probably have to do train these guys off stream a little bit. That's okay. I think we will move on to Pokemon Silver. I almost said Scarlet, but that's not what we have. So I am going to quickly change things over. So just give me 1 second. I'm going to change the category the game is. Ready, should be updated. Yeah, you can see me